Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting for Monday, May the 29th of 2023. We are not going into close this evening, so the recommendation is that council convene an open session beginning at 6 p.m. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. For the moment of reflection, we actually have quite a few things to note on. May 26th to June the 3rd is National Accessibility Week in Canada. This week is an important opportunity for us to reflect on the progress made and the work that still needs to be done to improve accessibility and inclusivity for all Canadians, regardless of their abilities. The month of June also holds great significance for a number of important issues in Canada. June is Indigenous History Month in Canada. As we head into June, it's important to take a moment to reflect on rich cultural heritage and history of the Indigenous peoples who have called this land home for thousands of years. We must acknowledge the deep and lasting impacts of colonialism, residential schools, and systemic racism on Indigenous communities. The Township of Wilmot continues our commitment towards learning truth and reconciliation and healing. We must also take this time to recognize and appreciate the ongoing contributions of Indigenous peoples to our society, from art and culture to science and technology. Let us take this opportunity to learn, listen, and engage with Indigenous perspectives and strive for a future where all people are treated with respect, dignity, and equality. June is also recognized as Pride Month in Canada, a time to acknowledge and celebrate the diversity of the 2SL LGBTQ+ community. Communities across the country will come together to show their support and promote acceptance and equality and inclusivity. The Township of Wilmot has implemented policies to ensure that our services and facilities are accessible to all members of our community, regardless of gender identity or sexual orientation. The Township also works with and promotes organizations like Spectrum, Waterloo Region's Rainbow Community Space, which raises awareness about the challenges and discrimination faced by the 2SL LGBTQ+ community and encourages education and understanding among all members for our community. As we celebrate Pride Month in Canada, the Township of Wilmot reaffirms our commitment to creating more inclusive and accepting society for all. The Township will be raising the Progress Pride rainbow flag at the Administrative Complex on June 3rd for the month of June to symbolize solidarity with this community. I will now turn it over to Councillor Sadhu for the Territorial land acknowledgement.
We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between the Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, work together as a community.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Does anybody have any disclosures of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Councillor Dunstall?
Yes, I do. In relation to agenda item 12.1 23-023-ZCA 0622, my spouse is currently doing social media marketing work for one of the owners of the property located right beside 1856 Snyder's Road East. This relationship is considered an indirect pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and as such, I will be recusing myself from the vote.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any other disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. There are two additions to our agenda this evening. Items 10.1, which is the Waterloo Oxford students' environmental issues, and items 13.1, which is the correspondence from Julie Neves, the chair of the Stop Petersburg Sandpit Incorporated. For addition to the agenda, I do actually want to make one slight change of order. As we have a captive audience here, I would like to do announcements actually right after item 8, opposed to leave it to the end when I imagine some of you have trickled off to other activities for the evening. So the recommendation is that the agenda as presented for May 29th, 2023 be adopted as amended. May I please have that moved? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you, councillors. The recommendation for minutes of the previous meeting is that the minutes for May 8th, 2023 regular council meeting and May 16th, 2023 special council meeting be approved as presented. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Sadhu. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. So if you're following along on the agenda, we're just going to quickly jump to item 16, which is announcements. The first announcement is that residents are invited to provide their feedback regarding the current noise bylaw through an online survey available until Friday, June 9th at 4:30 p.m. For more information and access to the online survey, please visit wilmot.ca/bylaw reviews. We also have construction and inspections nearing completion of the township, and Township Wilmot is thrilled to announce the grand opening celebration of the Mike Scout Wetlands Preserve. Rain or shine on... Oh, my apologies. Did you want me to go back over that one for you? No? Okay. So on Saturday, June the 10th, 2023, at 10 a.m., the wetlands located at 28 Smiths Creek Drive in New Hamburg, we will be having our opening celebrations. All of the information is available at wilmot.ca/wetlands. More things to note for the month of June is Seniors Month. Celebrated annually, provides an opportunity to acknowledge the valuable roles that seniors play in sharing in our communities across the country. You can find more information about events and activities in Wilmot at wilmot.ca/active living center. The township is also excited to celebrate Recreation and Parks Month in June. And it is time to celebrate and enjoy all of the amazing outdoor spaces and activities that we have to offer, including our 58 kilometers of trails in Wilmot, swimming, and participating in recreational activities across the community. And lastly, at least on my list, is the Township of Wilmot would like to recognize Celiac Awareness Month in Canada, and it's important to raise awareness about the autoimmune disorder that affects millions of Canadians. We encourage everyone to take the opportunity to learn more about celiac disease and to support those living with this condition. Councillors, do any of you have announcements that you'd like to make tonight? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. The Nith Valley Eco Boosters had sent us a flyer. They're looking for youth interested in being youth advocates with the Nith Valley Eco Boosters. And apparently they are connected to the schools because they say you can get volunteer hours. So if any of high school students are looking for volunteer hours, it's a place to look.
Great, thank you. Anybody else, councillors? One more plug for the region. We are in the middle of doing our strategic plan. So if you would like to be engaged and put your input into how you see the region over the next 30 years develop, please do go onto the regional website. There's a survey that you can complete, and you can also provide feedback by sending it to regional councillors, myself included. That is now announcements, so back to the regular order of the agenda. We have 2 items for this evening's public meeting. We will hear all interested people who wish to speak on these matters. If the decisions of Council of the Township of Wilmot are appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, the Tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal if you did not speak at the public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed. I now declare the public meeting open. Persons attending as delegations at this meeting for any of these items are required to leave their names, which will become part of the public record, and you are hereby advised that this is information may be posted on the township's official website along with your email address if provided. I would like to remind all delegations for this evening of some guidelines for participation. Applicants and agents of applicants will have 10 minutes to speak. All other delegations will be given 7 minutes to speak. If part of your delegation has already been covered by a previous delegate, we kindly ask that you provide new material during your delegation. I will reiterate that due to the length of our council meeting this evening, we please ask that you present new information. More than happy if you want to reconfirm that you agree with someone who spoke before you, but if you could please be presenting new information to respect everyone's time here this evening. And if you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will be a result in immediate muting if you're joining us online, or removal from the meeting. This includes interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, and of course, hate speech or defamatory comments. Now, with all of that out of the way, we will move on to item 9.1. And this is the official plan amendment application 01/23 and zone change application 01/23, Snyder Family and Rare Charitable Research Reserve, Wilmot Line and Carmel Cock Road, DS-2023-08. The recommendation is that the report OS 2023-008 be received for information. To get this on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. And so this is a public meeting in respect to the official plan amendment application 0123 and zone change application 0123. I will now call on the Manager of Planning and Economic Development, Andrew Martin, to introduce the report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. So this report deals with two applications that have been filed for lands owned by the Snyder family. The official plan amendment application proposes to change policies on certain lands to basically permanentize the conservation use of those lands. The second application is a zoning amendment that would propose to similarly limit land uses on the property and also recognize lot areas related to retained parcels. So essentially the applications here to be considered tonight deal with the donation of lands by the Snyder family to the Rare Charitable Research Reserve, basically for their permanent protection conservation. Out of that, there would be 3 retained parcels, essentially parcels that currently have houses and farm structures on them are proposed to be retained. The zone change application deals with the lot areas of those resulting retained parcels, and as mentioned, puts conservation provisions in place for permanent conservation of the severed lands, the lands to be donated to the Rare Charitable Reserve. There were a number of comments that were submitted in support of the application, and certainly staff recognize that this is a very generous donation by the Snyder family, recognizing that the historic use of this being open for public has certainly been a resource that's been appreciated by many. There are a number of aspects with the application that are still being reviewed. The region of Waterloo has indicated that they would like some additional confirmation on the size of the retained parcels. Preliminary comments that were submitted through pre-consultation suggested that the land to be donated should be maximized and the lands to be retained for residential purposes minimized. So they're looking for some additional confirmation on that before confirming that they support the lot sizes that are proposed. And they've also indicated that holding provisions would be appropriate in this case to ensure that if something were to change and development were proposed, a structure proposed to be built or something on the rare lands, that additional environmental work would be completed before that would occur. Certainly it's not proposed, but just to emphasize the permanency of that, the holding provisions are proposed by the region. We did receive confirmation from the City of Waterloo that they are still reviewing the application and they weren't in a position to provide formal comments as an adjacent municipality on the application at the time this report was written, and we have not received those comments to date, but we do understand additional comments are expected from the City of Waterloo on the nature of the application and presumably discussions around on-street parking. In accompanying the application's Rare Charitable Reserve provided a summary of plans for parking. One of the significant issues that this report speaks to is how to address parking with this site. It's been informal at this point along the sides of the road, Carmel Cook Road, Wideman Road in the City of Waterloo. And given these applications are coming formally for an approval from the municipality at this point, like any other publicly accessible lands, the municipality feel it appropriate from a staff perspective to secure parking on the site or adjacent to the site or in a location that serves the property appropriately. the information that was submitted from RARE basically provided a few different scenarios to consider. In looking at this, one of them was potentially closing the property to the public, so thereby not needing any parking. Certainly that isn't the preferred concept by RARE, and from a staff perspective, reasonably isn't the solution that would be best to be looked at. It would be difficult to enforce that, given the way it's been used historically, and it just is really not an appropriate avenue to take, given the nature of the donation being proposed and its use. The other component, one of the items that was highlighted as a solution was as a do-nothing approach. Basically, you'll see some of the comments that were raised suggest that the existing parking situation is satisfactory. It works. People haven't had any concerns. And I guess from a staff perspective, what has happened in the past isn't necessarily the direction that should be taken going forward. So we did consult with the Waterloo Region Municipal Insurance Pool, that's basically the insurance provider for all municipalities in Waterloo Region. And essentially they provided comments suggesting that a do-nothing approach really isn't a solution here. There's an issue, potentially, it may not have happened now, but providing parking along the side of a street, at some times a significant number of vehicles, at some point may become problematic and certainly opens up the municipality to liability. And they've suggested that there should be a solution looked at to provide parking in some form. The ideal, they've indicated, is an off-street parking facility. They have introduced some suggestions that if it were to be an on-street parking, so beside the road, that a widened shoulder, speed limit considerations and additional signage could also be an avenue to be looked at. And then the other component of RARE's comments were basically to do nothing at this point, but to look at a long-term parking strategy. So to look at where parking could be provided, looking at other conservation lands in the area, working with partners to determine a solution. And from a staff perspective, we feel that solution needs to occur now. So we've highlighted basically some suggestions as to a minimum of what should be addressed going forward with respect to parking. Consistent with other publicly accessible trail-type properties, the municipality has at a minimum secured 12 parking spaces off-street rather. So as a minimum would suggest that would be an appropriate standard to follow based on other trail areas similar to Baden Hills, Stonecroft, and other similar type properties. The other component would be to look at what other options might be available. So whether there is an opportunity to look at parking along the side and what improvements would have to be done to make that safe, or whether there's adjoining properties or adjacent properties where parking could be secured. The one piece we would suggest in that is that those parking solutions be at or close to or abutting and not require crossing of the Wilmot line. So a parking facility on the Waterloo side from a staff perspective wouldn't be a viable option as it requires crossing of that street. And then ultimately the costs of design, construction, and maintenance would be borne by the owner of the property. So ultimately RARE Charitable Reserve staff would feel that ultimately the ultimate maintenance and responsibility would fall to that property. How that arrangement is made to design and come up with the actual the feasible option to be constructed, those costs we're suggesting would not be borne by the municipality. And ultimately, the last piece is to ensure that the parking situation is actually completed before the land transaction occurs. So there would be an opportunity to deal, once we've come up with a solution that staff feels appropriate, City of Waterloo feels appropriate, we would bring that to council for discussion. And ultimately, if there is a solution that's viable, there's an opportunity to deal with the official plan and zoning provisions and ultimately secure conditions through the consent application to finalize its implementation before the land transfer. So there are tools available to provide some level of comfort that the approvals are going to be there, and then ultimately ensure that the construction were to occur as necessary before the land transfers occur. So from a staff perspective, we feel that considering these applications further with respect to a recommendation would be premature until a parking strategy is finalized and the tools by which it actually is implemented are there. And then we would then return to council with those comments we've received from the Region of Waterloo with respect to regional plan conformity in terms of lot sizes, and also any comments that we received from the City of Waterloo with respect to their interest in this application. So at such time as we have that information, we would plan to return to council with a more detailed report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Council, does anybody have questions of a technical nature for Mr. Martin? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Andrew. I guess the question that I had in reading this and the reticence of the Snyder family to have any of that land used for parking, is that viewed as a self-limiting measure to ensure not overuse of the lands? Is that part and parcel of their reason?
Through Mayor Sullivan, I can't speak to reasons about providing concerns for parking. Certainly some suggestion has been made that, a parking facility, depending on what size it may not, secure all the necessary room for parking. But I think a combination of providing space and addressing signage on street and that sort of thing would potentially address it. I can't speak to, what necessarily the concerns might be with providing it at this point. I can just speak to the benefits of it being provided.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Andrew, I was just wondering what the liability is. You're recommending 12 spots. So if the 12 spots are taken up and then there's other cars on the road, how does that affect the insurance? How does that affect the liability of the township?
Through Mayor Sullivan, the suggestion of 12 parking spaces is a starting point. Certainly the idea would be to look at the expectations of what's needed for the property, and it may be a combination of things. It may not be one parking facility meets it all. We did provide comments in there that there may be a situation where you provide a base parking area with overflow room in case there's additional parking needed. So I don't think it's just to build 12 parking spaces and then whatever happens after that we're okay with. It's just a starting point to say that's what we've utilized and has worked in other locations where we have public trails within woodlot areas that people are coming to. 12 seems to be working so far. There are probably times here, and there are times here, I'm sure, that have more vehicles than that. So I think that part of the discussion and working with the Snyder family and RARE is to look at what reasonably would work as a solution. So it may end up being a combination of things to ensure that parking is addressed holistically, not just we build a parking lot that satisfies everything. So it may require signage, speed limit reductions. We would ultimately look at all of those details and engage the insurance pool with what we feel is the viable solution.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor, I was prepared to ask a question regarding liability. I'd like to ask you a question in terms of the questions. Are we allowed to make comments in general regarding this meeting right now, or is it just technical questions?
You can make general comments, just keeping in mind that we still have all of our delegations to go through, so I don't know if you'd rather make comment after we hear certainly from RARE, but you're welcome if you have a comment to make.
Thank you. That's fine.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Martin from council? Okay, seeing none, our first delegation for this matter is Stephanie Subok-Swant on behalf of RARE Charitable Research Reserve. Stephanie, you will have 10 minutes for your presentation, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you for letting us present and introduce ourselves to you tonight. And for those of you who don't know us yet, as a land trust and environmental institute, RARE's ultimate goal is to provide a model for how to make the world a more sustainable place. And we do this by making the environment relevant in people's lives through conservation, research, and education in ways that are inclusive of different worldviews and all forms of inquiry. With more than 5,000 species on our first 7 properties in Waterloo Region and Wellington, and with more than than 1,250 acres protected in total, the goal of REA is to preserve its sites and their ecosystems intact in perpetuity for the community to enjoy in their natural states. And through sustainable management, sensitive lands and research sites are protected while the public can enjoy so far 14 kilometers of trails at REA. In summary, our method of conservation is unique and based on 3 fundamental principles. First, to undertake research to further science and equally value and support different worldviews that will result in best practices for local land stewardship, including sustainable and reciprocal human interaction with the land. Secondly, train the next generation of land stewards who will perpetuate these values. And 3, create an entire community of support for them and for shared conservation goals. The lands at REA are stewarded on behalf of the public and particularly for future generations forever. There is not a lot of land left in southwestern Ontario that is not developed or slated for future development, and there will be even less with the sweeping provincial changes to land use policy. Particularly in urban areas like Waterloo region, there's hardly any land left that is of comparable ecological significance to the REA lands. And the property we are talking about today, which has been taken care of by the Snyder family for decades and over multiple generations, is one of the remaining few of such high importance and ecological significance. We need to protect these lands, and we're here today because next spring we want to stand on those lands with you and with Jane Snyder, who is here today, and her children, and collectively celebrate what probably will be the most significant land donation for conservation that will ever take place in Waterloo region. And you can all be part of this, and you will be part of making this a success. So as you may be aware, our community has been growing rapidly over the years, and we believe it is important to preserve natural spaces for future generations. The lands in question have been well loved by the community for many decades and are of the greatest ecological significance, being home to thousands of plant and animal species, many of them rare or species at risk. And the family has kindly shared an extensive trail network with the community to enjoy for passive recreational activities such as hiking, bird watching, and cross-country skiing in winter. Our organization has been a household name in the local conservation community for well over 20 years, and this donation will ensure that an additional 230 acres come under protection, bringing the total of lands protected close to 1,500 acres. And so far, we and the over 2,000 donors and volunteers who support us and value what REA contributes to the health of our communities have shown leadership and created positive outcomes to protect lands for conservation. And you will have seen in your packages and will continue to see that a lot of community support is coming in for this important land donation. I must say we were a bit disappointed to see that despite the ongoing conversations for over 2 years, that township staff only brought forward our application for official plan amendment for information today as opposed to approval. Therefore, in addition to the staff report that was provided to you and the application materials we already submitted, we want to make sure that you are aware of and highlight a number of items that are important to facilitate this project and bring it to success with the support of Council. Your support will send an empowering and lasting message to your constituents that environmental stewardship is a real priority in the township. So first of all, we are working with very tight timelines, both with regard to honoring commitments to the Schneiders to celebrate this gift with the community as a family and together, but as well as making sure that funding we are able to bring to this community is not being lost. We were able to secure significant funding through a federal Nature Smart Climate Solutions grant to facilitate this project, but the caveat is we can close no later than March 2024. So we therefore urge you to ensure that our application is not getting unnecessarily stalled and delayed as we're working through finalizing any steps that need to be taken with regards to improving parking. Our goal really is to complete this project ideally by the end of 2023. Secondly, the family, REA, and neighbors remain adamant that no land shall be taken and no trees should be cut or no wetland impacted or other environmentally invasive measures take place to build a formal parking lot to facilitate public access to the land. The current street parking has safely taken place for well over 40 years since the family so very generously granted public access to the lands. And during this time, township staff have not approached the family to demand a parking lot to be built. In fact, during most days, parking is a non-issue. And I can speak on my own behalf here. I'm out there often, and I went to the lands just yesterday on a Sunday, summer, sunny afternoon with my young daughter, and during the 2 hours we stayed there, my car was the only one there, and it was parked safely on the White Shoulder and Carmel Coke Road, out of the way of any passing traffic, and there would have been space for at least another 6 cars on that side of the road, away from traffic, given the current layout and width and length of the shoulder. And similarly, there were 3 vehicles parked safely on the shoulder on Whiteman Road, which is within the city limits of the city of Waterloo. This past fall, in November 2022, you would have received a letter from the city of Waterloo expressing their support for our project, which we also resubmitted with this application. And citing from this letter is that the city understands that RARE would not be increasing programming significantly at this location, and therefore at this time we do not believe that an additional formal parking lot is required. We recommend continued monitoring of the use, and should the need arise in the future, that RARE, Wilmot and Waterloo collaborate to mitigate any parking need impacts. The demand for a formal parking lot continues to be viewed as excessive by many who live in the area, who frequent the property often and have a good understanding of existing visitor volumes. And it's not a preferred option from a community and landowner perspective, as it will cause an unnecessary environmental burden to the area, which is part of the ESL, the so-called environmentally sensitive landscape designation. And this is really of critical importance. In fact, it was studies that RARE submitted many, many years ago, spending approximately $1 million to provide reports on such things as hydrology, geology, and species inventories that contributed to the region of Waterloo creating an environmentally sensitive landscape, or ESL designation, that was the first of its kind in all of Canada. Not only did the region apply the ESL to the original RARE lands and in Blair, Bechtel, Crookston and many areas around them, but also to the very lands that will make up this donation as part of the Laurel Creek Headwaters ESL. So it was also only through the staff report that is in front of you that we learned that it's 12 spots that are being requested. And we believe that this number can be safely accommodated through enhanced street parking. We understand, and we just heard, that the township staff investigated with the Waterloo Municipality's insurance pool about this project, who we think made quite reasonable suggestions on how street parking could be improved, including appropriate signage, lowering speed limits, etc. We would also like to suggest the opportunity for a 3-way stop at the intersection of Wilmot Line and Whiteman Road. And we really hope that council can support staff to work on these suggestions with us and the budding municipalities in a timely and speedy manner, so that we do not face any further delays in the severance application process. And we are happy to engage in this process as much as we possibly can, but my understanding is that these are decisions that council will need to drive and move forward, because we as an organization have no authority over street parking, including approval and final implementation of the proposed changes. And we also urge you to not delay conveyance of the lands to RARE if there are delays in implementation of any parking solutions, because I do think we need to find a solution of mutual trust here that must be found, that satisfies our joint needs of a resolution that is acceptable to all parties and that is timely. We also want to highlight that the Snyder family is planning to make this donation of land within the framework of the Federal Ecological Gifts Program, also known as EcoGifts. So the RARE Charitable Research Reserve is a certified EcoGifts recipient and had to undergo a rigorous application, evaluation, and approval process to earn this designation. Land donations that come to RARE as part of the EcoGifts program also have a very strict approval and oversight process that add another layer of protection from future development to these lands, as no changes can be made to the lands by RARE without prior approval from Environment and Climate Change Canada. So this is very good news, because it truly means that these conservation lands will be protected, intact, and in perpetuity forever. Many community members have written letters of support, and the news of this upcoming donation has been received with great excitement and enthusiasm in the community. I would like to briefly respond to a few items of interest that were raised. Ongoing stewardship of the property will be facilitated by 2 staff roles at RARE within our land management department and through a volunteer stewardship group and a wide range of summer students. This model has been successfully established at other RARE locations and is modeled after the approach the Brucedale Conservancy takes, managing tens of thousands of acres of lands with trails. Trail monitoring and litter removal will be conducted frequently throughout the year to address any undesirable issues such as littering, foraging, trespassing, or any other concerns. We have over 20 years of experience in addressing these issues, and appropriate signage will be installed indicating permitted and prohibited
Stephanie,
uses.
I'm sorry, that has been your 10 minutes. If you can just make a concluding statement, but I know that we all
Absolutely.
have your comments in
These
front
are
of
kind
us as well.
It's going into the weeds a bit. You have the
No,
rest of the
that's
comments.
okay.
And I just want to thank you, and I believe we can all work to this, on this together to come to a timely conclusion and really make this really good news for the township and this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Councillors, anybody have any questions of Stephanie? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor Saladin, first and foremost, thank you to the Snyder family. This is a great gift for the township and the region of Waterloo. So very appreciative that we're embarking down this path to look at conserving these lands. Stephanie, I appreciate your passion for this project, and I just want to be very clear. We have met a few times, and it is true parking has been discussed multiple occasions. My concern is that we're here now today, and we're still kind of at a bit of a standoff regarding parking. Ultimately, I can share with you that my opinion, I don't know what it is surrounding this horseshoe, but liability is definitely of major concern. When we look at the project scope overall, we're talking about bringing school children walking across Wilmot Line and up Wideman Road, which quite frankly is just unacceptable in my opinion. If I was a parent, I'd be outraged at a school that would do that. I think the only sensible solution here is we have to address an on-site parking. So personally, I won't sit here and approve anything that doesn't have parking, so I would like to see that addressed, and ideally on-site. I think regardless of how we look to address parking, ecologically, if we're widening the shoulder, we're probably coming into the lands. If we're building something on site, we're still coming into the lands. But ultimately, we have to come up with a safe solution, address the parking issue, so that we can have children, regular users, attend the facility and utilize it for its beauty and what it brings to the community. But ultimately, we have to protect people, and we have to be conscious of the liability of the township. Do you have any questions for me of that?
Yeah, I think what we can all agree on the common denominator here is I think we want to make this work. And I do think, as we have heard from the insurance pool as well, there are opportunities to improve the roadside parking, which in certain areas is already quite generous compared to other areas where also roadside parking happens. I don't know why there's insistence that we bring school groups there. That is not the plan. We have specifically purpose-built facilities at our main site that are built to host those school groups. There will be an agreement with the Snyder family that there's not going to be any major advertisement, any major program increases happening on the site, because we are aware that there will be too many pressures otherwise that are difficult to be addressed. So we are aware of that.
Councillor Wilkinson.
So through you, Mayor, when you guys took over the facility in Blair, I know that particular facility has some on-site buildings and park. I mean, prior to that, I'm not actually overly familiar with what the land looked like previously, but did you guys see an increase in terms of the use of those lands? Because my concern here is that, yeah, right now people know about it, but I'm looking at the Google map right now. It's listed there. People can see this is a trail. I know people refer to the Avon Trail goes through there. And regardless of whether or not you guys intend to program it, I've seen from a number of letters of support that the indication is, or the implication is that school-age children will be coming to use the facilities. On top of that, once RARE puts their name on it, I think you're going to see an increase in interest. And with our population expected to go up to 30,000 plus in the near future, without a doubt, you're going to have people looking to access these facilities. So, you know, first, did you see an increase when you took over the Blair property? And then, you know, how do you propose deterring people from using these facilities when they have so many great opportunities?
Yeah, so I can't speak to if there was an increase from when we took over the RARE facilities compared to now, because I have not been in my role during that entire duration of time. I think it's logical to assume that the more people you have, the more people will use any facilities that are around them. For us, it's certainly a constant effort to mitigate those pressures, to put them into the right direction by having an appropriate trail network, appropriate wayfinding signage, that type of stuff, working with volunteer groups that keep an eye on things. I can speak to the fact that we have acquired through donations and acquisitions additional property since 2019. We have not seen increased pressures on those properties. We've also not advertised many of them for public use as part of a tool to ensure to keep visitor expectations at what we think is feasible on those sites.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors, of Stephanie while she's here? Councillor Cressman?
Yes, this is maybe to Andrew, just to get a ballpark. I think the clock is ticking on some of these grants. I think the wishes have been expressed to expedite it. Are we going to see maximum effort to resolve some of these issues moving forward?
Yeah, through Mayor Sullivan. So the expectation of staff would be to see an adequate proposal of what the plan is. So, I mean, ideally, the suggestion is that, you know, on an off-street parking facility in some location, whether it be on the rare lands or some other adjoining lands, would be kind of the preferred option, certainly from the insurance pool. But basically, we'd be looking to see what the proposal is. And then, yes, staff will certainly be working with them to come up with a solution that works. But initially, the proposal we'd be looking for would come from Rare or the Snyder family or someone working on their behalf. Similar to any kind of development project, the proposal is provided and a proposal is laid out for what their plan might be, and then the municipality would review that, and in this case, consult with the insurance pool. We'd engage departments internally, and potentially, depending on what the solution is, also the City of Waterloo. So yes, the commitment is certainly there that we'll continue to work. We would like to see, we haven't yet seen, and would be looking to see a reasonable proposal that would address parking.
Can I speak to this?
Sure.
Because this is slightly different compared to what we've heard before, because I feel at this point we have turned over every stone and proposed everything we can reasonably propose. We were suggested by staff we need to submit the application so that they have more leverage to work with us to help us find solution. And I'm finding right now we're still being asked for these parking lot to be put on Snyder lands or future Rare lands, which we have heard from the family will make this a big impediment to their donation. They will not donate those lands if that is the requirement, and or the lands will be closed for public access if the township requires that. I think none of us wants that, so I think a proposal should be coming forward that we all work on together. I do think it's undue hardship to expect us to find any additional solutions in addition to what we have already suggested, which is a lot.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dunstall, did you have a question over there? Okay. Any other comments from councillors? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through you, Mayor, to Manager Martin. Theoretically, is it feasible that if a plan were to be put together for parking to be built out, whether that be satisfactory road parking or an on-site solution, is it still feasible to have this application concluded conceivably by the end of the year?
Through Mayor Sullivan, I see no reason why that can't happen. I think there's been some written suggestions about what could happen. What we're looking is something tangible. So a drawing demonstrating how it can work, the land needs to make it work. Those sorts of level of detail is what we need to see. But I see no reason why we can't work through this fairly quickly, as long as we can come up with a solution that works. And it's certainly, again, not to reiterate the point, but I think we need to look at other options for off-street parking in whatever lands that may be. I think it's probably the first case, and I don't think we've really seen a proposal that, to that extent, whether it be on the Snyder lands or other lands. So I think that's certainly that would be option one. Option two, failing that opportunity, would be to see what the implications would be to make that work along the road, and we'd have to engage our infrastructure services staff and the insurance pool to make sure that that's a viable option.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, or to you, Mayor Salonen, I'm not clear if there's another presentation or if that's the only presentation on this topic.
So that's the only presentation on behalf of RARE, and the family, I believe, is speaking at another point. Yes, we do have Ms. Snyder speaking at another point. So we do still have other delegations on this topic. So you can ask questions further at that point. This is more so the technical part of both our staff and RARE in particular. This is going to be the only point in which their commentary is provided.
Okay. So if I could continue then, so I'm not clear if it's wise to wait, or I do have a comment and a question. And first of all, I do want to thank the Snyder family, and I appreciate your presence here this evening. And I do appreciate the generous, shall I say, potential donation. Donation it is, but I guess figuring out the details. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. It's wonderful land. It's been years since I've been on it, but I cross-country skied on it years ago, and it's just a wonderful location, and I would hate for us to lose it. So my comment is, I mean, personally, I would be in favor of the on-street parking. I don't want to put our municipality at risk. I'm not trying to put us at risk for lawsuits or potential damages, but given the nature of what has been and the possibility that we have in terms of decreasing speed limit, maybe there's something that can be widened, but I'm thinking that the on-street parking could be possible at the present time, and I don't know if anything could be changed in the future, but anyway, so I guess that's my comment. I'd like to see this happen sooner rather than later, and I would hope too that we don't lose the opportunity given the timing constraints.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Any other questions or comments, councillors? Okay, thank you very much, Stephanie, for joining us in your presentation. I will now call on our next delegation for this matter, and that is Kevin Thompson. And you will have 7 minutes for your delegation. I believe you're joining us virtually this evening, so we will let you get in and make sure that sound is working.
All right. Good evening. Hopefully you're able to hear me okay now.
We are. Thank you very much for joining us, Kevin, and you have 7 minutes.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there in person. I'd really wanted to be, but I've had an allergic reaction to an insect sting, and it's caused my eye to swell shut, so I'm unable to drive. So I'll try to do this with one eye, but please bear with me. Honorable Mayors, Councillor, and guests, my name is Kevin Thomason, and I'm a close neighbor of the Schneiders. It was more than 15 years ago when Jane and Fred Snyder first approached me about the future of the incredible properties they and their families own atop the Waterloo Moraine in the northeast corner of Wilmot Township. At the time, I was one of the directors of Ontario Nature, a large provincial nature conservation organization with more than 24 reserves across Ontario, forever protecting tens of thousands of acres of Ontario's rarest and most threatened natural areas. We worked then to see if Ontario Nature could help to provide a long-term protection that Fred and Jane saw. Unfortunately, Ontario Nature decided to pursue other opportunities and priorities. I then toured their lands with representatives from the Nature Conservancy, who were also impressed but focused on priority biomes elsewhere. In the end, after years and years of efforts, it was determined that a local land trust would be an optimal solution. However, unlike much of the rest of the province, where local land trusts play a vital role in protecting local ecosystems and stewarding essential natural areas, there is not yet a land trust accepting donations or stewarding key lands across Waterloo Region. Thus began the joint endeavors of many local organizations, led by the Region of Waterloo, RARE, the Grand River Environmental Network, Waterloo Region Nature, and many others, to establish the needed land trust, along with the procedures, governance systems, funding, stewardship expertise, and such that would be required. Again, despite regular meetings and considerable efforts, all of this took significant amounts of time, during which, unfortunately, Fred Snyder passed away, still concerned about the future protection of his incredible properties. We eventually got the Region Land Trust established under the leadership of RARE, and to our delight, the citizens and community groups of Wellington County sought to join our efforts as well, and led with some of the first land donations. We were finally getting closer to having needed solutions for the long-term protection and stewardship of these incredible Schneider's lands. But then, despite being one of the leading forces in the creation of the Land Trust, the Region of Waterloo expressed concerns about the precedent of rural severances that would be needed to separate the homes from the fields and forests to be protected, which delayed things for several more years. We had hoped that Wilmot Township would be enthusiastic about this incredible opportunity to see these amazing, unique rolling lands of the Waterloo Moraine, the core of the Laurel Creek Headwaters ESL, with more than 70 rare, endangered, and regionally significant species identified so far, protected in our community, with one of the largest land donations ever seen in our municipality and our entire region. The benefits to our citizens, our flora and fauna, as well as future generations, are so far-reaching. However, it has been so frustrating to see now for several years this donation delayed by the issues of a parking lot. I have huge respect for Harold de Krafka, Wilmer's Director of Planning, and while we don't always agree, we have worked on a wide variety of issues for at least the past 20 years. I have to admit, he is one of the best planners in the province, and we're lucky to have him here in Wilmot. However, this parking lot and the need for it immediately is something where we may have to agree to disagree. I was over at Jane Schneider's house just the other night. She once again said to me, "Kevin, I'm 93 years old. I'm not getting any younger, you know, and we need to get this done." The Schneider family is very opposed to a parking lot, or several lots, and have stated that they aren't donating their environmentally sensitive lands that they have so lovingly stewarded only to have them bulldozed into a parking lot. This is hilly, forested terrain with plenty of wetlands and no easy or obvious locations for a parking lot. I fear the ongoing demands for parking and the significant delays it has already caused will result in the family walking away from the donation. This could easily be a deal breaker, and I'm not sure how much staff or council understand the risk this donation is facing. 12 parking spaces won't come anywhere close to meeting the needs of this massive property that spans several township concessions. It was once calculated that on an average weekend winter day, more citizens utilize the Schneider's land than the entire Rim Park facility on the other side of Waterloo that costs the city over $250 million. On-street parking here, I would attest, is already safer than the main street of New Hamburg, with most parking occurring at the end of streets, such as Wideman Road and Carmel Cook Road, where traffic is already coming to a complete stop. The City of Waterloo, where much of the parking already occurs along Wideman Road, has sent correspondence confirming they have no issues with on-street parking, and they have even widened shoulders to accommodate it. Area residents such as myself don't see the parking as a problem, but instead of fear a parking lot, or several of them, will bring a myriad of issues, such as a new hangout place for teenagers on a Friday night, dumping and garbage issues that we already grapple with so close to the landfill, and significant maintenance issues. There's also the issue of a parking lot concentrating too many visitors in only one part of the property and trail network, rather than the current variety of at least 7 different access points, which helps to distribute people evenly and reduce trail erosion issues. What is needed is a long-term vision for this entire area, this environmentally sensitive patch of Wilmot, Wellesley, Woolwich, and the City of Waterloo. Currently, there isn't even a sidewalk or a trail to reach these lands. And while there is no parking along the Wilmot line, the sight lines and considerable speeds makes walking or cycling to get there even as dangerous as people try to save 30 seconds on their commute around Waterloo. There are thousands of new homes coming to the area in the next few years, and we need to develop a proactive plan for the entire area, not just a parking lot. So how will we better balance spectacular nature so close to the city? We need to thank the Snyder family for their incredible generosity and provide them with the assurances they are seeking. Then, once these lands are part of the Land Trust, we can dream about the future and figure out an integrated vision for this entire area. In conclusion, I'm sorry to Wilmot staff. I'm asking Council not to go against the staff report, but to change the order of things around. Let's ensure we secure these lands first and provide the Schneiders with the assurances they are seeking. Secure the available funding before it expires. And then, over the years ahead, we can figure out not only the parking situation, but the entire future vision for this spectacular area spanning several municipalities, how we will best embrace it and how we will protect it, It won't be easy or fast, but I know we can achieve it together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and thank you for respecting the time there. I also hope that you have a speedy recovery with your allergic reaction there. Councillors,
Thank you.
Councillors, do you have any questions for, yes, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, no questions, but Kevin, thank you for your comments and just your general viewpoint on this property. So I to maybe summarize where we're at, I mean, it looks like we are at potentially a bit of odds in terms of where Rare feels we are and where, you know, some great environmental leadership feels we are. And I personally think we can presume that logically we will see increased use of these lands based on some of the comments we've heard and some of the correspondence we've read. But I did want to draw attention, I mean, when we're looking at this property as a whole, what's being proposed is severing off 3 housing lots that already have buildings, presumably septic, as well as parking in existence, which would make up part of the general land as it is. So, I mean, with that in mind, you know, I think we could potentially, at least in my mind, find some common ground and a resolution to resolve the parking issue. And I would agree with Kevin's sentiments here that we do need to get this done so that we could secure and take advantage of the funding and ultimately, Jane, so that it can be done and you can see it through. I would like to see that. My concern with that, though, is that if the parking is not addressed now, that means that the responsibility is going to fall solely on the township to secure parking through the streets or with our partners in Waterloo, which I do see as potentially causing some long-term issues if we lack the ability by getting the donation through and not being able to develop any part of the lands or address the parking on site in the future. So I thank everybody for their comments, but I think in general what I'm hearing right now is we might have some disagreement overall, so I think we can all agree that we're in disagreement, but in general we feel that this property's great.
Yeah, Councillor Wilkinson, if I can just address a couple of the points you raised there. I think the Wilmot Township staff, the roads crews, can address just how challenging the terrain is out there. This is very hilly terrain, forested, lots of wetlands, lots of swamps and things like that. There aren't really any flat, easy places to build a parking lot that isn't going to involve extensive forest clear cutting, massive amounts of bulldozing, parking cars on steep angles that just aren't going to work in the winter when it's a sheet of ice or things like that. And I think it's the challenge of the geography that presents, you know, the roads that are out there were often built on some of the only level flat land that exists. I think also with regards to amount of usage, if it turns out this land is being overwhelmed by the amount of people using it, perhaps that's an indication we need more green space. But I think that comes back to this vision for this whole area, because we're lucky to have a plethora of green space in this area. There's a regional forest just down the road from this. There are adjacent neighbors, such as the Musselmans, that opened their lands to trails and people and the public as well. The city of Waterloo has massive land holdings, hundreds of acres, then again, within just a few hundred meters of this property. There is so much potential to create an incredible area here and distribute that traffic or those people out across all the area. And that's actually one of the challenges of a parking lot. It focuses it all in one spot and dumps everyone in one spot when we really need to distribute them out throughout the whole area. And I don't think anyone wants to be, you know, all of a sudden building dozens of parking lots all through environmentally sensitive landscape. That's certainly not the purpose of the conservation. So I do agree there are challenges and issues here. I see way more opportunities, though. I see the need, though, to immediately secure these lands now while we have the opportunity. I don't think we can underestimate a rapidly closing window or how adamant the Snyder's family is against turning their treasured lands into a parking lot. And I think we can, over time, work out a vision not only for this property, not only for a parking lot or many parking lots, but for this whole area, because it's a jewel we need to embrace for the whole region. And that will involve working with the other municipalities, the other landowners, the other organizations and such as well. But I think we've got to take this important first step and lock down what we can now while we can.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments, councillors, for Mr. Thomason? No? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Kevin. And I believe we will see you again later on in our meeting.
Yes, thank you. We'll see you then.
Very good, thank you. I will now call on our next delegation for this matter, and that is Roger Suffling. Roger, you have 7 minutes for your delegation once you get up here. Thank you. Welcome, Roger, and thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Mayor Salonen and Council. And thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I am appearing on behalf of Waterloo Region Nature. I'm one of their members, and our chair, Jenna Quinn, sends her sincere apologies for not being here, and there will be many more members here, but we're holding our AGM at the same time. So that's why I'm here. Waterloo Region Nature is an advocacy group and a charity concerned with preservation of natural features and species. We've been active for many decades, and we have hundreds of members. We are privileged to have Jane Snyder and the late Fred Snyder originally as members of our club, and we really appreciate their generosity to the community over many, many years. Just about all the membership goes out to that property, and it is so splendid, and it's such fun to be there, and especially in the winter when you can ski and so on. It's just a fabulous area. And so my primary message here is don't do anything that will jeopardize this donation. It is so important. RARE will continue this tradition. I'm very familiar with their activities, and I've been involved with some of their activities, and they are in the same spirit as the Schneiders. And it is so important that this donation goes to an entity that will keep this sort of momentum going. Now, the key issue here, as we've seen, is parking. And there are numerous ways that have been suggested to handle the parking. Waterloo Region Nature asks, as there are no changes in current land use or practices on the property, why change the parking arrangements? They are working. We use the area. We know that the parking arrangements are working. There hasn't been an accident out there. You don't have the local property owners screaming that, do something about this is all going to hell in a handbasket. That isn't the case. Car parking, as has been mentioned, will involve considerable grading, paving, and filling of wetlands around this property. I spent a professional lifetime in environmental assessment and related fields, and I've seen this time and time again. And it's not I've racked my brains. How do you squeeze a parking lot in here without doing a lot of damage? I can't see how to do it. All right? The staff report actually does not preclude on-street parking. I want to emphasize this. The staff report, despite its tenor, does not preclude on-street parking. Quote, during higher use seasons, this may be through an off-site temporary parking lot, which makes me shudder, with expansion opportunity, also I shudder, or established parallel parking lanes along roads abutting the donation lands. That's a quote from staff's own report. Now, if it's acceptable to put parking all along the roads on a busy public holiday because a lot of people want to use the property, why would you want to build 12 spaces for people to use in the off-season? It doesn't make sense. The second issue that I'd like to bring to your attention is the idea of no pedestrians crossing Wilmot Line. We all go out there, we all park on the Waterloo side, or many of us park on the Waterloo side of the road, and we walk across. This isn't like East and West Germany in the old days. You can cross the line, folks. We do it. We look both ways and we cross the road. People do it all the time on rural roads in Wilmot Township. It's the normal practice, okay? Yes, it carries a liability, but it's just normal practice. How about a three-way stop on Wilmot Line? maybe a short section of 50-kilometre limit, maybe even a pedestrian crossing. Would this not solve the problem? Now, this process of hassling over parking has been going on for nigh on 3 years, as people have pointed out. A further delay is recommended here. We've got a fiscal constraint, and we've got a very generous donor here who is 93 years of age and wants to see this come to fruition before she passes away. Let's not fool around here. Let's get on with it and solve the parking issues later, because they can be solved and they're not insuperable. To file this application away now is looking a very generous gift horse in the mouth. And as somebody pointed out, this is an issue of trust for the whole township. Don't do anything or fail to do something that will cause this donation not to happen. Please, I beg you, please approve the severance now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger, and thank you for missing your own AGM to be here this evening. Councillors, do you have any questions of Roger? No? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. We will move along to our next delegate, and that is, and I'm very sorry if I'm mispronouncing this, but Kay Elgie. And I believe you're joining us online?
No.
Oh, no, my apologies. Oh, that's what I'm seeing. So your slides should be coming up in just a moment. Yeah. Sorry about that.
I probably didn't make that clear, so.
That's partly me just trying to speed read that part as well.
Yeah.
But that should be up, and
okay.
I'll turn the floor to you. You have some.
Right. Okay. I'm a resident of Waterloo, but I have been on the property several times, so I'm very interested in it. And I realize that this is an official plan amendment and a zone change application tonight, and I believe this is the first time you're hearing this application. Is that right? Yeah, because I'm quite familiar to these coming from Waterloo, and I know in the olden days we used to have informal public meetings where people would ask questions and express concerns, and then you come back with the formal public meeting where council would make a decision. And I think that Bill 108, I think it was, speeded that up, so now there's like 120 days that you have from the time you get the application to that you need to make a decision, or it can be appealed or whatever. But anyway, but that gave me some context for this tonight, because at first I was disappointed that you weren't going to be making a decision tonight, but it all makes sense to me because I've been at so many applications. Usually it's about people wanting to rezone land that was for single-family houses into now multiple residences. And I'm so familiar with people saying, oh, it's going to create huge parking problems, and we can't do it, it's just not going to work. And then it's left to the planners, the magical planners, and they truly are wonderful. I mean, to try and find a solution to it. So I think it's quite appropriate that we're raising questions tonight. It's entirely what to me makes some sense, and I'm less disappointed knowing that this is the first time you're hearing about it. And so that's the lands that we're talking about. My next slide just talks about some research I found about the health benefits of nature. This was a slide, I think the reference is down in the bottom of that, but they certainly are important. And if we go to the next slide, these are certainly things that are reflected in your official plan. Your official plan, it says you recognize the importance of parks, open space, and in providing the conservation and protection of significant natural features. So you say that that's important, and you say that you'll provide and maintain sufficient space for both active and passive recreational pursuits. And I really like this statement, particularly under the environmental stewardship and climate change thing, that you will encourage the conservation and enhancement of the native diversity of the natural environment, because I think that's really what we have seen happening on this particular property. And so, to me, putting on my zone change and official plan amendment thing, usually you think, okay, does this application to change the zoning of this land to conservation meet the goals of your official plan? I think truly it does. And I think there are things that you've expressed, the goal and the desire to do that. And as somebody else mentioned, this is really an amazing gift to enable that to happen. But, like a lot of applications, people bring up issues with it. And so I think, not that you have to make a decision tonight, but when it comes to that, and there may be solutions done, but, you have to think, can these be resolved? And I'm so used to, even at the time of the final decision, the residents are still saying, this parking's going to screw up my life. The neighborhood's never going to be the same. We're not going to be able to get across the street. The parks are going to be overcrowded and all this stuff. But but that's, then they take it to site plan, and magically again, the planner finds a solution to it. So I think that's kind of the thing to think about in these situations is can these problems be resolved? And I think you kind of mapped out that you will be thinking about it. And, other people have given you reasons that it would be good to solve these problems. But, I think that's your task. And certainly come back to your official plan and your zoning bylaw, and what are the goals of that? And does this application meet those? I think those are very key questions. Yeah, I had a couple more slides. That was just showing the schools, but that may or may not. That could be one thing you'd say, we won't bring in schools, we'll rezone it, but we'll restrict it. And the last slide I had was, again, just showing, you can kind of see the dotted lines. There are a lot of walking trails in Waterloo, just the other side of the Wilmot line that can be overflowed. So there's solutions, I think, out there for this, and I think that, to me, it really does fit your official plan on the goals that you've been trying to do for the community. So, that's all.
Thank you very much, Kay, for your presentation. Councillors, any questions of Kay? Okay, thank you very much for joining us. We will now be moving along to our next delegate, and that is Greg Mikelenko. Greg, you will have 7 minutes. Are you joining us virtually? Oh, no, there we are. Oh, very good. Are you okay to stand, or would you prefer?
Yes, I am.
Okay, wonderful. Well, you're good to start. Thank you for joining us.
Mayor, councillors, and audience as well. I think this is a very important meeting. I have a background in biology and ecology. I taught environmental studies at the University of Waterloo until I retired. I was at one point appointed to the Ecological and Environmental Advisory Committee of the region of Waterloo, which tries to iron out the kinds of problems that you partly that we're looking at today, and that is to face development and at the same time preserve and enhance as far as possible our valuable natural areas. When the region of Waterloo brought in an innovative new planning mechanism, the environmental sensitive landscape, the first that they created was in the area that we're addressing today. There was some opposition to it, there were some apprehensions. A Laurel Creek Headwaters environmentally sensitive landscape public liaison committee was created, and I was appointed by EAC to be their representative on it. We met for quite a few years. Initially, there was we were getting acquainted. We had different backgrounds. There were many there that had opposed this designation to start with. But we quite quickly reached common ground. We had basic interests that coincided very nicely. Those who resided in this wonderful area, those who had, like I, some responsibilities to represent wider interests, but all to preserve the local culture, the integrity, ecological integrity of the area, and basically get along together. Never once in these several years did the matter of parking on near the properties in question come up. Not once. We looked at many little niggling things and some really big questions, but that never came up. it was simply not a problem. I think that I've lived in Switzerland, as well as I grew up in the prairies, and now I'm here. And the public culture surrounding rural landscapes, natural areas, and so on differs in all of them. In Switzerland, the countryside is just crisscrossed by hiking trails. It's embedded in their rural traditions. And there's enormous respect for the farmers, for their welfare, and for the country that they all love so much. And there's a lot of love expressed by those who visited the Snyder property. It's an enormous gift to us. I've gone there when I've had visitors from Australia. I've also gone there once with a very troubled man. He'd beaten his mother up. I took him for a long walk, and then we sat down, and we spent a long time talking together, and I thank the Snyder property for that as well. In Switzerland, there's a joke. In England, everything is permitted, even when it's prohibited. In France, everything is permitted, except where it's officially prohibited. In Switzerland and Germany, everything is prohibited, except when it's expressly permitted. And the Soviet Union, everything is prohibited, even when it's permitted. There's some truth to that. I think with this parking question, we're straying into that third category. Let's get out of it. I think we need to make the decision of accepting that donation and making the zoning change now. If you look at the letters that came in, I recognize a number of the people. I think there's wonderful potential there for a volunteer management committee to assist in some of these specific questions, particularly the parking one. And that would be a worthwhile thing to do. Sometimes issues are created that simply don't exist. I was on the advisory committee for bringing in chicken bylaws in Kitchener, and the planners were stuck on wanting the coop to be no closer than 3 meters from any property line around it, which put it right in the middle of the property and prohibited uses for other questions. There used to be a chicken coop I live in an old part of Waterloo, and they just put it right in the corner. That's what they did. But planners wouldn't accept that. So please, let's approve this gift. Let's address the parking after, not make it a burden in the face of a wise and a loving decision.
Thank you very much, Greg. Councillors, any questions of Greg before he sits down? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Greg, for sharing. We will now call up Margaret Snyder, please. Thank you, Margaret, for joining us, and you will have 7 minutes as well.
I didn't send a letter in, so can I?
Yes, you may circulate. Yep.
Well, thank you, and yes, I'm one of the Snyder family, and I go by Peggy, not Margaret. And obviously, I'm involved with a donation with the Rare Charitable Research Reserve from our family. I live on Carmel Cook Road also, just west of all the common entrance points to our trails. And I ski and walk or run the trails multiple times per week, almost daily. So I can say I know the property very well. I feel I can respond with certain knowledge to the existing situation regarding parking issues and Wilmot Development Service staff report. There's quite a few points that I wanted to say, but I'll be quick. First of all, I agree with the points that a lot of the other people talked about, but I want to also state what I have seen. Any land that would not require destruction of wetlands, trees, or agricultural and be amenable to a parking area would only be right next to our existing dwellings or neighbor dwellings. This would therefore create undue impact on our neighbors and family members who will continue to reside next to the donated land. This is not acceptable to us in any way, and part of the reason we would not accept a parking lot. The land is to be donated as an eco-gift, the purpose of which is to keep environmentally sensitive land intact and unchanged for future generations. It seems ironic that the staff report talks about us having to make a parking lot, thereby destroying some of the land we would hope to preserve. The parking lot would also incur costs for maintenance and may necessitate the need to pay for the use of this land. This would go against our family wishes to have the public have continued access to the land without payment for the privilege to ski and hike. Also, the parking lot, especially one set back from the road, and this has already been talked about, would invite unwanted guests. We're very close to city limits, we're close to a high school, we're close to suburbs, and vandalism and other undesirable activities in parking lots would be a concern to neighbors and ourselves. Street parking is more transparent, as we see who is using the property and why much more easily. I travel the road all the time, and I do question when I see things that shouldn't be there. I've asked the township in the past, over the phone to certain individuals, about changing parking to one-sided only and decreasing the speed limit on Carmel Cook Road. I was told bluntly, no, this is not possible. It's funny in this report that that's one of the recommendations, but that's what I was told. The Snyder family encourages the council to consider seriously the suggestions in the current staff report about changing on-street parking, hopefully make it a little safer by using adequate signage to identify where parking is permitted, amending laws if required to permit on-street parking, lowering speed limits on Carmel Cook Road, and installing signs prior to the road parking locations outlining risks to drivers of parking in the area. Also, I think there was a note about snow clearance or road work in the area. Our trails are closed dusk to dawn. This is not going to change once a donation would occur. Street signage could also reflect this. We have signs at the entrances to all the trails that reflect this as of now. This allows easy snow removal before cars would be on the road. In the winter, it's dark for a long period of time, so a lot of time for snow removal there. As it is, our roads get cleared early because we're on a school bus route, and I travel the roads to go into the city for a workout at about 5:15, and we're much better than a lot of the city streets as far as snow removal. The Avon Trail also crosses Wilmot Line and travels along it for about 200 to 300 meters. It's a necessity to connect our trails, our Avon Trail part to the Forested Hills section. There's never been any issue with worrying of people walking or crossing the road with regards to this, and of no Wilmot Line has a 60 versus an 80 on Carmel Cook as far as speed limit. In addition, there's a community mailbox on Wilmot Line, very close to our entrance and where people cross. There's never been any issues raised about this by the township as far as I'm aware. Wilmot Line is becoming a bypass to the northwest section of the city by some people. I understand that long-term there is some strategy as to what to do about this. Traffic calming would be beneficial both to the ESL land it travels through and the pedestrian traffic on the roads. I would hope Wilmot will take this into consideration for any upcoming changes. Also, you read so much about the health benefits, and people talked about this too. I can attest to this as I walk and ski the trails, and you feel great afterwards. My parents have let the Waterloo Regional residents use their property for 40 plus years for this reason. I hope through AIR that we can continue to provide these benefits. To me, helping, not hindering the donation would seem the popular choice amongst local voters and a much needed boost for the environment. And finally, I would like the council to know that the Snyder family would like this donation to proceed as quickly as possible for many reasons. The Snyder family and Rare have been working on the donation for more than 3 years, and I think it's even more than that. My mother, who is 93, still loves to walk these lands. It has been her and my late father's longtime desire to see that 3 properties remain together, kept in an ecologically sound manner, and be a benefit to the local community. I'm sure that she would like to see these properties donated to Rare under the stringent federal eco-gift program during her lifetime, and rest assured her wishes are honored. Thank you for your considerations.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Any questions or comments, councillors? Okay. And I just wanted to take this time to thank your whole family and for all of you joining us this evening for this great donation that we're working on getting. Our next delegation is going to be Diane Ensing. Diane, okay, wonderful. You are with us in person, so you will have 7 minutes once you get to the microphone.
Good evening, Mayor Salonen, Township councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I have 3 things that I'd like to address in regard to the zone change application and official plan amendment that's currently before council. Our family wholeheartedly supports this application and the transfer of the property to Rare Charitable Research Reserve. What a wonderful and generous gift. But I want to comment on roadside parking along these lands. My family first became regular users of the trail system on the Snyder property in 1983. And we have now lived at the junction of Wilmot Line and Carmel Cook Road for more than 30 years. As neighbors, we have traveled these roads daily in all seasons, and we also continue to be regular users of the trails. We may use roadside parking from time to time to access other portions of the trail system that are not in closest proximity to our property. The informal roadside parking for trail access has been effective for decades, and it continues to work well. The greatest amount of roadside parking does occur on the occasional weekend day in winter when the trails have enough snow cover and the weather is favorable enough for skiing, and many families come out to ski the trails. The pandemic winter of 2021 saw the best conditions for cross-country skiing in recent decades, but most winters do not have consistently favorable conditions for skiing. I believe there's no reason to anticipate a marked increase in cross-country skiers with the transfer of this property to Rare. In the past few years, the roadside signage along Carmel Cook Road has improved significantly, and the signage presently posted has effectively addressed 2 problematic sight lines for motor traffic. Firstly, at the curve in the road just east of the convent, and then alongside the straight portion of road lying just west of the convent. The present signage is now much better for motorists. Although speed reductions could be posted along Carmel Cook Road, the roadside parking alone is very effective traffic calming, and that reduces risks for trail users crossing the road. Now, one other thing, consider the intersection of Wideman Road with Wilmot Line for a moment. Many trail users park along the ample shoulder of Wideman Road and cross Wilmot Line to access the trail system there. Consideration could be given to erect further signage, specifically a sign that indicates pedestrian crossing for the southbound motorists in their approach to Wideman Road intersection with Wilmot Line. The hill that exists just north of this intersection has poor sight lines for southbound traffic approaching the intersection, so therefore signage of a pedestrian crossing visible to southbound traffic erected at an appropriate distance from the crest of the hill would be very useful. Should future traffic and pedestrian numbers warrant it, for the safety of pedestrians crossing the Wilmot Line, the Wideman Road-Wilmot Line intersection could be made to be a 3-way stop. So please continue the long-standing convention of informal roadside parking for access to trails. It has, and it can continue to work well with minimal additional costs. So the last thing I want to say is this. I believe it's important to approve this application now. The Snyder family have been consistent stewards of their land, and they have so generously shared it by their maintenance of trails for informal public use. And they have done so for more than 4 decades. These well-loved trails in nature have been wonderful for the physical, mental, and spiritual health of the greater community. My lovely neighbor, Jane Snyder, is presently in her 90s. Approve this application now and allow her the satisfaction of seeing this land transfer to Rare be settled in the time she continues to walk this earth. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Diane. Any questions, councillors? Okay, thank you for joining us. And now we will move on to our next delegate, and that is Deb Swindrovic. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Deb, you will have 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Salonen, councillors, staff, and guests. My name is Deb Swindrovic, and I have lived on the City of Waterloo side of Wilmot Line for 38 years. Laurel Creek runs through my backyard. I have served on the Laurel Creek Environmentally Sensitive Landscape Public Liaison Committee for 3 terms with a number of people in this room tonight, and have been very involved in the traffic issues and protection of our natural resources and collection of species inventories along Wilmot Line. I'm here tonight in support of the application to immediately transfer the care of the Snyder land to Rare and the change of designation to conservation status. I'm concerned about staff's request for the establishment of a parking lot on the property that would take away from the purpose of this land transfer that aims to keep all lands currently environmentally protected by the Snyders in place. Over the years, we have requested a number of traffic and environmental studies, with the most recent being undertaken by the region of Waterloo in 2015, entitled Balancing Environmental Protection and Transportation, the Laurel Creek Environmental Landscape Study. In that study, as in the application by Rare, it speaks about closing down sections of Wilmot Line. In that report, it was shown to be the most effective means to protect the wetlands and wildlife and pedestrian or cyclist safety. It is my understanding that the previous Wilmot Council approved an allocation of $300,000 in the 2026 budget for an environmental assessment of Wilmot Line. As the budget for the 2015 ESL report was minimal at a low $78,000, I expect that this future EA will take into account the conflict between vehicles and pedestrians, the social implications, and can provide a number of solutions beyond building a parking lot on ecologically valuable land. But we have to get through this impasse first. It is essential that you support the request by Rare and the Snyders so that we do not risk the opportunity to keep this incredible resource available to the residents of the Township of Wilmot and for the region of Waterloo. I am concerned if you wait, you will miss an opportunity to provide the outlet and education provided by such a gift. The Snyders have been wonderful stewards of their land and have been consistent in their insistence about no parking lots on the property, and I expect Rare to follow suit as well. I hope you will allow this land transfer to happen without any encumbrances, and hopefully with the money allocated for the environmental assessment in 2026, we can proceed to look at what is best for this area in terms of managing traffic, environmental protection, and public safety. This application about land severances and conservation protection. The issue of parking is only one of many issues that need to be addressed and should be done formally through the environmental assessment process, not arbitrarily by staff. Now that's my formal presentation. I've got a few minutes left, I hope. And I just want to say that like I said, I've lived there for 38 years, and I will confirm what others have said too, that you have days in the winter when the weather hasn't been great and people haven't been able to get out to ski, and when the weather does get good, they're there. As a matter of fact, I time a lot of the flyers that I put on their windshields because I time how long they're actually in those spots as well too. You know, they're only there, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, something like that, and then you've got a whole set of other cars that come in. So there's a continual change of traffic in that area. But to have staff at this point decide where parking should be is not correct. We need an environmental assessment. We need the money to go into a proper study so that we're not only looking at a parking lot in the Snyder's property, but we're looking at whether to shut Wilmot line down, whether to pave the road, whether to widen the road and feather the sides and do all the things that I think are terrible. And also working with, the region of Waterloo and the other communities like the city of Waterloo, how to connect everything. This is a bigger issue than whether there should be a parking lot on the Snyder property. That's why I'm happy to see that they've got money set aside for an environmental assessment. I'm assuming it's for maybe hard surfacing the road at some point. But let's make this bigger. Let's take a really good look at this, because this other study really didn't have enough money to do it properly. Didn't have enough money to do all the environmental work that is required, all the studies that are required. So get the land, get it protected, get it in the hands of RARE, and then look at the whole area. That's what an environmental assessment should do. And there are some social implications here that environmental assessment will look at. And when we look at traffic studies, unless it goes through an environmental assessment, we don't always look at the social implications of this as well too. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Deb. Councillors, any questions? All right, thank you very much for joining us. So I will now reiterate at this time that the purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss the official plan amendment application of 01/23 and zone change application 01/23. Are there any persons in the audience, either in person or online, who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay. I would just like to point out I logistically have to ask this again. So would the clerk please indicate if there is any other person present who wishes to address the council on this matter? And one last time to make sure I did it right, for a second and last time, would the clerk please indicate if anyone wishes to address the council on this matter? Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time, councillors, we will now be voting on the recommendation that is on the floor before us, and that, just to remind everyone, is that this report be received for information. If anybody has amendments that they would like to make, now would be the time, or any comments that anyone would like to make. Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight to speak on this topic. I really appreciate your passion and interest in this this conservation. And without a doubt, once again, tipping my hat to the Snyder family. This is an incredible gift, an incredible opportunity for Wilmot. And I think RARE is the right organization to see this through. My parting thought, and what I'd like to sort of leave it at after we receive this information, is that parking is one thing, but we're in essence creating a conservation land. And when I look around and think about the areas, we have Laurel Creek, we have the Blair Road property, we have the Mike Scout wetlands, and that presents a challenge right now with a lack of parking. And then you have the Huron natural area. So you've got three great conservation areas that have parking in existence to accommodate what would be anticipated use. And it would be logical to assume that we have to plan for that moving forward. And ultimately, it's not just for access to the property, but it's safety of the pedestrians and the general citizens that will be using this property, but also protection of the Township of Wilmot's liability and the taxpayers' liability. When we talk about roadside parking, there are challenges, specifically in the winter, and when we drive that area, we have deep ditches. We have blind areas that can accumulate snow. So there's a lot to be taken into consideration here, and I appreciate everyone's comments and their passion for this project, and I fully intend to make sure that we help see this through and get this accomplished. So thank you again for everyone, and that's my final thought.
Any other comments or questions, councillors? Okay, seeing none, I will call the vote. So all of those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. That is everything on item 9.1. Of course, I would love for all of you who were here for this to stay for the remainder of the meeting, but I also understand if you do want to excuse yourself, you're more than welcome to do so. And we will now be moving on to item 9.2, and the recommendation is that council approve a zone change application for 02-23 made by St. George's Anglican Church affecting part of Lot 2, Smith's Plan, to rezone a portion of subject property from Zone 3, which is residential, to Zone 12 as institutional, and to reduce the required rear yard setback from 7.5 meters to 2.7 meters. To get this on the floor, may I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin, and this is a public meeting in respects to ZCA-02-23, and I will now call on Planner Cameron Miller to introduce the report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Salonen. As indicated, this application is proposing to rezone a portion of the subject property from Zone 3 residential to Zone 12 institutional, and to reduce the rear yard setback from 7.5 meters to 2.7 meters. So the subject property contains a residential building, which is also under common ownership with the Diocese of Huron and has historically operated as the parish house for St. George's Anglican Church. And so this application would essentially formalize the historical use of 11 Byron Street, being the residential portion, as part of St. George's Anglican Church. So the dwelling in question has been under the same ownership of the church since 1962. And during that time, the entire property has been used as an extension of the church. So rezoning the property would facilitate a future consent application, which would allow the church to realize its ultimate goal of selling the dwelling while retaining a portion of the rear, which they have expressed an interest in for retaining for recreational purposes. At this time, there's not any proposed changes to the rear of the property. In circulating the application, staff did not receive any concern nor any comments, and are recommending that council approve this zone change request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Councillors, do you have any questions of a technical nature for Mr. Miller on this? Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, through you, Mayor. In essence, this essentially would leave that property with virtually no yard. I'm curious, I know they're looking to potentially dispose of the property by selling it. Were they potentially open to looking at enlarging that backyard property? My concern is that the overall fit with the neighborhood and the future of it could potentially be limited simply because of the size of the space they'd like to keep.
Thank you. Through the mayor, in part, the rear yard setback is actually taken from a very small one-story addition to the actual dwelling unit, so it isn't to the total rear of the dwelling. However, the minimum lot area in a residential zone is 500 square meters, and so the retained portion of this property through a future severance application would well exceed that requirement. It would be about 530 square meters. And so there are other amenity areas on the property, such as the west side yard, which is in excess of 9 meters, which would replicate what a rear yard would essentially do. But in part, the reduction in the rear yard is to preserve I believe it's an oak tree, that's remnant on that property. So that's part of why that rear yard is being reduced. And through reducing that would then facilitate, again, that future consent by putting all those requirements in place. Hopefully, if you have any other questions, happy to answer.
Any additional questions, councillors? Okay, so I will reiterate that the purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss ZCA-02/23. Are there any persons in the audience who wishes to address council on this matter? And like the application before, I get to ask this again. Would the clerk please indicate if there is any other person present who wishes to address council on this matter? And for a second and last time, would the clerk please indicate if anyone wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, so council, we will now call the vote on this one. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. We now have one presentation for this evening, and I will take the opportunity to let the presenters know that you will have 10 minutes to address council. And I'd like to welcome the students from Waterloo Oxford. I believe you have a PowerPoint that will be going up as well, so you can come up. And if you could just introduce yourselves, everyone, to council.
Hi there, my name is Lindsay.
My name's Carter.
And we are here today to present on behalf of the WO Eco Club regarding a couple of petitions that we sent you a few weeks ago. Next slide, please. Oh, there's no, sorry.
We're having some IT.
Okay, no worries, I can wait. So the WO Eco Club is a relatively new club at WO. We've only existed for the past 2 years, but we have certainly made an impact. We started a recycling program at WO. We've run campaigns to raise awareness on local environmental issues. We've collaborated with, we've celebrated Earth Week using grant money that we received. We've created pollinator space and monarch waste stations on school grounds. We organize school litter cleanups and encourage the student body to care about and act on environmental issues. But this is just the beginning. We want to create change not only in our school, but also in the community. And for this, we need your help. Next slide, please.
So we had two problems with waste management that we wanted to bring to you guys. The first being, next slide please, the litter problem. So specifically litter on roadsides in the community, the street between Waterloo Oxford and the plaza with the Tim Hortons and Subway is a main issue, as well as school property, parking lots, the green space back into the left corner of the parking lot and the green space by the new turf field. All of these locations have an excess of litter caused by not only our school, but the community that we see fit to kind of bring to council. Next slide, please. So as Eco Club, we recognize that students are part of this problem. You know, we are there as student body 5 days a week for most of the year. And so that definitely does play a role in this issue. However, we have taken measures to mitigate this, such as raising awareness in the school through campaigns, through our social action club, and through Eco Club itself. We have run events such as litter cleanups and generally tried to make the students aware of this problem as much as possible. As Eco Club, we also believe we are models of this behavior. We actively make sure to put waste in proper bins and baskets and pick up waste where we can. But we also see this problem extends beyond the student body, and it's not just us as a school. For example, community roadside litter as well, cars passing along that lane do contribute to the litter, just throwing trash out the window, or even just walking down the street and kind of discarding their unused plastics and other recyclables or whatever, also an issue. And then the parking lot in the back corner was used for any school events. I know the field is used in the community as well for not just school activities. So anyone using the parking lot also has access and therefore is a contributor to the problem potentially. And then anyone doing an after-school activity or using the turf field not associated with the school could also be contributing to the problem. So just as the students and part of Eco Club, we would like solutions for students and their families to kind of be able to enjoy this space in like a litter-free area. Next slide, please. So some solutions that we have proposed for this issue is asking the township for garbage and recycling bins in 3 main locations that we've kind of see fit to best solve our issues. So one would be halfway between school and Tim Hortons. We recognize that that is kind of a highway for students who want to get food on their lunch break. And while not a lot of students have a car, they have to walk on that sidewalk, and the resulting trash from purchasing food and then not having an area to throw it away, often students will just discard it on the side of the road in that laneway. So that would really cut back on the amount of litter we see on that road. The west side of the school parking lot is also potentially an area we could look at. When we were doing our litter cleanups around the school, we did notice that that was a highly dense zone of litter, which would be solved by a designated can to put that in. And then on the grass viewing area outside the turf is another high traffic area with both school events and non-school events, and we feel that we could really use a receptacle to put waste in there. Next slide, please.
So the second problem that we would like to address is toxic waste management, our two main concerns being recycling contamination and waste contamination. Many of the students at WO are unaware of how to dispose materials that leak toxins such as batteries and e-waste. Not only is this bad because it is wasteful, the contaminants can also leak into the ground and contaminate the land we live on and the water we drink. To take action, next slide please. To take action on this frightening issue, WO Eco Club has been educating our student body through posters and displays, and we offer a space in the school to drop off e-waste, batteries, and markers. But more needs to be done. Next slide, please. When a WO class was surveyed on how to dispose of e-waste and batteries, it was found that the vast majority of them just throw it into the garbage. It is likely that this lack of awareness among students is due to a lack of awareness in the families as well, and therefore among the community as a whole. To solve this issue, we recommend that you raise awareness on toxic waste management by advertising and placing a local drop-off at locations such as schools or the township office. This solution will be at no cost to the township because any e-waste and batteries can be sold to companies who will reuse them. Inaction, however, will have a great cost on the health of the land, water, and by consequence, the people of Wilmot Township. So I urge you to take action now to protect the township that we call home. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and we hope you consider our recommendations.
Thank you very much, Carter and Lindsay, for your presentation, as well as for the petitions that you and your fellow students sent in before. I do know actually that this has prompted staff looking into and working with the region on some of the solutions you've proposed. The reason I mention the region is because the road, Snyder's Road, is actually regionally owned. Very interesting on learning the ins and outs of who's responsible for garbage on that road. But on a positive note, I do think that staff are working with the region on trying to find a solution there that will help give people an option of where to put their waste. I will go over to councillors in a moment. Also happy to note that on the WO property, you can go to your principal, who I know is well primed and aware of this, in terms of getting more trash receptacles there. And I know that e-waste is something as well that we are going to continue to look into, and I know your principal is also interested in potentially opening up a site for the community to drop off e-waste. But I wanted to thank you guys very much for coming in, and I know some of my other councillors have questions. We'll go to Councillor Cressman first. Yes,
I too dislike garbage thrown on the edge of my fields. Had a queen mattress and a box spring thrown in front of one of my fields this past 2 weeks ago. Anyhow, the point I would make is e-waste is of interest to Dundee Recycling. They take e-waste in, and that would be an option to talk to Michael Krupp and see if he would actually put a receptacle somewhere that could collect it and then transfer it to that location, because he's collecting it 5.5 days a week, so that would be certainly an option.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate you. That was a great presentation, and you have renewed my faith in the youth. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Sadiq.
Just like my fellow councillors, I just wanted to commend you for coming out and presenting us with this presentation. Truthfully, as a former student of WO, I used to walk along that pathway to Teddy's Bakery. Kudos to actually trying to solve the problem and looking into it. I certainly wasn't at that stage when I was your age, so great job.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I also want to thank you for coming, taking your time out of your schedules. I really appreciate your presentation, great ideas, and I'm glad to hear that the staff are interested in seeing how we can work with the region, as well as the school, as well as other possibilities on solving this problem. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd also like to commend you on the great presentation. Appreciate the comments and the concerns, and I couldn't agree more. As an avid collector of a lot of e-waste sitting in my basement, you wonder sometimes what to do with it, and it's, I'll be honest with you, I took it a step further. It's quite difficult to dispose of and find a proper receptacle for it. So I'd like to actually go a step further, if I may. One of the key issues that I actually made a point of running on was that I'd like to see more benches and more garbage cans in our community, in particular along the main strips. And while I do realize there are challenges being on regional roads, I would like to put forward a motion to direct staff to first research and prepare a plan to deal with e-waste, and whether that's placing receptacles here or working with the school. And additionally, when our new Director of Community Services comes on board, have him, or might have let the cat out of the bag, but have that individual who's taking that post research and propose a plan to add the proper receptacles, whether that be garbage cans, recycling bins, and look at park benches in the areas where the township can specifically make an impact here and report back to council within an appropriate time frame. And potentially also work with service clubs to achieve these goals.
May I ask what you deem an appropriate time frame?
Why don't we say within 3 months of the new director's start date?
Okay. May I have a seconder to that motion? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any other comments or questions on the motion before you? All right, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Well, thank you guys again very much for coming. And also, I just want to say kudos on your presentation. We get a lot of slide decks, and I'm really impressed by yours in that it was succinct to the point. You guys did a really great job. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on to our consent agenda. If members of council have any questions and want to remove an item from the consent agenda, please indicate so now, as we will not take questions on consent agenda items unless the item is requested to be moved to the regular agenda. Does anybody want to request removing an item? Okay, not seeing that. The recommendation is that the consent agenda items 11.1, 11.2, and 11.3 be approved. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, and on to reports 12.1. Councillor Dunstall, you do have your conflict. As it is an open meeting, you are welcome to be in the room still. Just please refrain from any comments. So the recommendation, I will read it out, is that council approves zone change application 06/22 made by Petersburg Sand Company Incorporated -IBI Group, affecting part of Lot 5 concession north of Snyder's Road to rezone the subject lands as followed. 1, in part from Zone 1 agricultural to Zone 14 extractive industrial, with site-specific provisions permitting the importation of concrete and asphalt for recycling. 2, in part from Zone 1 agricultural to Zone 11 open space, with site-specific provisions limiting uses to an arboretum, wildlife sanctuary, and accessory uses. 3, on the land south of the CN Railway to permit an access route to an extractive industrial operation north of the CN Railway. And 4, on the lands north of the CN Railway to permit buildings or structures not including a dwelling unit to be erected provided access is maintained through joint property ownership fronting on or by way of right-of-way to a municipally maintained public road, and that the township request that the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, in addition to comments provided by the Region of Waterloo dated November 24th, 2022, 1, Note issue the ARA license until such time as the CN Railway has approved final construction of the private railway crossing and the necessary agreement with CN and the property owner has been completed to the satisfaction of CN. 2, modify Note 5 under the heading Noise of the Operation Plan Notes, sheets 3 of 5, to require the 3-meter berm to be constructed at the same time as the construction of the pit entrance. And 3, advise the Township of Wilmot if any changes are made to the ARA plans from those dated as follows. A, existing conditions revised on May 17th of 2022. B, operational plan revised November 24th of 2022. C, operational plan notes revised November 24th, 2022. D, rehabilitation plans revised June 9th, 2022. And E, cross sections revised May 17th of 2022. To get this on the floor, may I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Sadhu, seconded by Councillor Cressman. We will hear all interested parties who wish to speak on these matters. If the decision of Council of the Council of the Township of Wilmot are appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, the Tribunal has the power to dismiss an appeal if you do not speak at the public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed. I now declare the public meeting open. Persons attending as delegations at this meeting for any of these items are required to leave their names by which will become part of the public record, and you are hereby advised that this information may be posted on the Township's official website along with your email address if provided. I would like to remind all delegations for this evening of some of the guidelines of participation. They might sound similar to the earlier meetings we had. Applicants and agents of applicants will have 10 minutes to speak. All other delegations will be given 7 minutes to speak. If part of your delegation has already been covered by a previous delegation, we kindly ask that you provide only new relevant material during your delegation. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate muting or removal from the meeting. Interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, hate speech, or defamatory comments. I will now call on the Manager of Planning and Economic Development, Andrew Martin, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Solomon. So the application before Council tonight was previously considered at a public meeting on August 22nd, 2022. At that time, there were a number of comments made, no decisions were made, and there were still outstanding comments and reviews to be undertaken with some of the technical reports that were provided with the application. The information that's led to the recommendation in this report, the technical documents, have been made available since June of 2022. They've been posted on the website, and ultimately through the approval of this the clearances from agencies, those technical reports and documents have not changed to any significant degree. This council meeting is not technically a public meeting under the Planning Act. It is an information report with a recommendation attached to it for council's consideration, but we do understand that there are a number of people in attendance that would like to speak to this report. I'll leave my comments at a higher level at this point. The report is very detailed. It does go through all of the technical reports and documents that were provided with the application. It provides the outcome of the reviews that were undertaken. Ultimately, the high-level comments on these, the planning justification report ultimately looks at compliance with this application with regional, provincial, and local policies. And ultimately, through the review of that document, that confirmation of compliance with PPS, regional plan, and township official plan policies has been confirmed. The hydrogeological assessment that was undertaken essentially reviewed what the impacts may or may not be on groundwater, including contributions to the adjacent wetlands. And the conclusion of that report, which was reviewed by the region of Waterloo, and the experts in water services at the Region of Waterloo have concluded that they agree with the findings of the report, that there aren't anticipated to be any impacts on groundwater. The extraction is not below the water table, is separated from the water table, and ultimately provisions are included within the operations plans to ensure that should the water levels that were monitored through the preparation of those documents change, that the pit elevation would need to be adjusted accordingly to leave at least 1.5 meters from the extraction limit to the water table. So with those protections in place, the ongoing water monitoring that occurs with this, that has occurred to date and will continue to occur, ultimately the Region of Waterloo concluded that they agreed with the findings of that hydrogeological investigation. A traffic impact study was completed. It was reviewed by the Region of Waterloo, Snyder's Road East being a regional road, and ultimately staff at the Region of Waterloo concurred with the findings of the TIS that no improvements were required to the road. There were some comments and concerns raised regarding traffic. One of them was to look at potentially reducing the speed limit along Snyder's Road. So the region did go one step further and look at the traffic warrants on the street and determined that even with full operation of the pit, that there were no warrants for speed reductions. So the Region of Waterloo was again satisfied with the existing street infrastructure and were supportive that the pit operations wouldn't impact regional infrastructure along the road. The completion of a noise impact study, that was ultimately reviewed and peer reviewed at the regional level. It looked at worst case scenarios based on the operation, assuming that everything was operating at the same time, including cumulative impacts of existing pit operations in the area and surrounding noises. And ultimately the conclusion of that third-party peer review was that the findings of the report were accurate. There are provisions in place with respect to berms, protecting areas of operation and processing, berms along the access route to protect a neighboring dwelling, and ultimately in the operations plan, the construction of those berms is required through the licensing of the pit and completion, as staff have indicated, at least for the berms within the access road to be completed at the outset of the installation of the pit access. Ultimately then, through those mitigation measures, the third-party peer reviewers concluded that the pit can operate within all Ministry of the Environment regulations and have indicated that there's adequate protections in place. The completion of an agricultural impact assessment was conducted and peer reviewed under the guidance of the Region of Waterloo, and ultimately the conclusion of that agricultural impact assessment was that given the pit's rehabilitation is to full agricultural use, ultimately that there are no anticipated impacts on the surrounding agricultural lands, and the findings of that were accepted by the third-party peer reviewer. An archaeological assessment was completed at the outset of the application, and ultimately nothing was determined to be there, and no further archaeological assessment was required. A natural environment report, an EIS, was undertaken. The north end of the property there is a wetland area and a woodlot that forms part of an environmentally sensitive area. And ultimately the report looked at what mitigation measures needed to be in place to ensure that the pit operations wouldn't impact that woodlot and the wetland area. That was reviewed. The terms of reference for that report was completed by the region's environmentally advisory committee from the Region of Waterloo. Ultimately, they assisted in preparation of the terms of reference and ultimately were responsible for review of that report and provided findings and a recommendation for acceptance to the Region of Waterloo on that study. That is one of the things that has changed with the operations plan from what was originally prepared. The area that is to be zoned Zone 11 is actually larger than what was originally proposed to provide additional buffering to the area and to increase the area of natural rehabilitation. So the the technical reports, one of the outcomes was that the open space area was increased from what was originally proposed. Again, the Regional Waterloo completed that review and found the report to be acceptable. And the last technical study deals with dust mitigation air quality assessment. That study was prepared, ultimately peer-reviewed by a third-party consultant retained by the Region of Waterloo, and through that looked at the applicable regulations that exist today in the provincial environment regarding dust and air quality, and ultimately determined that this pit, and looking at the cumulative impacts of surrounding pit operations, determined that there was adequate provisions in place dealing with dust mitigation, and ultimately determined that the pit itself at full operation would comply with existing applicable provincial regulations with regards to dust and air quality. To address some concerns that were raised regarding the access route, the operations plan includes a paved access from Snyder's Road to the weigh scale north of the railway tracks. Ultimately, the construction of that within our staff recommendation would look to ensure that that work is completed at the outset of the application, including the berm construction surrounding that. One of the other measures in place is a dust mitigation at the weigh scale itself. So there's a mechanism in place to have for tire cleaning and to take excess material off of the tires from trucks leaving the pit. So basically cleaning them before they would enter the paved access leading out to Snyder's. So there are a number of provisions in place to deal with dust mitigation from the operation. And ultimately, that study was peer-reviewed and accepted by the Regional Waterloo through its third-party consultant. That deals with the technical reports. Just a couple of other comments that came up. One of the other changes that was made to the original plan was the relocation of the access crossing CN to move it further east from its present location, further from the closest dwelling in that area. Ultimately, CN has reviewed and the plan for that. There was a report prepared that outlines what needs to occur to safely construct that access, and ultimately CN is prepared to accept that access location once the work is completed. So there are provisions in place there to address how it's constructed, where it's constructed, to ensure sight lines are met, and ultimately, though, that crossing is regulated by CN. So any improvements that may or may not happen now or in the future are really outside the control of the municipality. It could occur now, it could occur later. But the way the framework of our recommendation is worded is to require that crossing be implemented prior to licensing. So that's within our recommendations to the Ministry of Natural Resources, is to ensure that crossing is constructed and ultimately approved by CN prior to licensing. I will leave my comments at that. That's a high-level overview. Certainly want to highlight the fact that ultimately nothing has changed with the proposal of any significance other than the expansion of the open space area north of the tracks. So the reports that have been available since June of 2022 and were peer-reviewed by the Region of Waterloo and their third-party consultants ultimately have not changed since that time frame where they originally were posted, other than, again, changing that location of the pit access and some modifications regarding the layout of berm construction, and then ultimately increasing the area of the Zone 11 protection area at the north end of the property. Can I answer any questions that may come up?
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Councillors, any technical questions for Mr. Martin before we hear Councillor Cressman?
Yes, the traffic report is one that caught my attention because they talked about an 80 kilometer an hour speed limit, and they did studies and determined they were going 85. And I was surprised that fell into the realm of acceptable. I mean, maybe that speaks to people's penchant for going up to 10 kilometers faster than the speed limit. But I thought maybe the conclusion was a little different than where I would have landed given the average speed. So I'm just trying to work through the rationale on that.
Through Mayor Solomon, I mean, I'll attempt to provide a comment to kind of the region's review, but ultimately they look at traffic speeds and traffic volumes in those areas, and they look at the average, and then they design the speed limit based on reasonably what's occurring in that area. So the region's comment would be that reducing the speed limit to 60, where the average speed is already at 85, or wouldn't really achieve the speed reduction criteria, so it really sets people up for failure. Essentially is the Coles notes of how they've provided their comment. They feel that based on the existing access locations and turning movements, that a speed reduction is not warranted. Again, I'm summarizing comments from the region of Waterloo outside of the jurisdiction of the township, but ultimately that's the information we have available to us.
Any additional questions, Councillor? Councillor Wilkinson.
It's through you, Mayor Salonen. The portion of the property at the front, which will be located south of the tracks, will remain Zone 1. So I'm curious what avenues of enforcement potentially exist within the township's control with regard to our current bylaws and what we could look at potentially doing to address any issues that arise in that area.
Through Mayor Solomon. So despite the fact that the access is outside of the licensed area, it does form part of the operations plan for the pit operations. So it is regulated by the Ministry of Natural Resources, and so enforcement of the condition of that access, its location, any of those components ultimately is regulated by the Ministry of Natural Resources. There would potentially be an opportunity to implement site plan control provisions for a pit entrance, given it's basically non-residential, non-agricultural, so it would fall within the scope of our site plan control bylaw. The township has not used that practice in the past. Other pits along Snyder's Road have not been problematic in that regard. But ultimately, the first course of action would be through the Ministry of Natural Resources, as it's part of the operations of the pit. But again, there would be other opportunities to address that if necessary through site plan control provisions to allow for more enforcement activity from a municipal standpoint. Given that the access is to be paved and that access is to be constructed, at the start of the process, really that pavement and the mechanism to pre-clean trucks that are leaving the pit really should address a lot of that potential dust-related issues that may come up if this were to, say, be a gravel access. So I think the tool available technically is there from a site plan controls perspective. It has not been utilized or deemed to be necessary with other pits on Snyder's Road.
Councillor Wilson.
Through you, Mayor, as a follow-up, and I apologize, Manager Martin, but I did have a conversation earlier and received slightly different information. So I'm just wondering if Director Okrafka, if you care to chime in regarding that. Just to be clear,
through you, Mayor Salonen and Councillor Wilkinson, I think our earlier conversation essentially was somewhat the same, but we would have the additional abilities within our own bylaw enforcement division to deal with concerns that might come up. But certainly there's a number of factors within a pit operation, such as the haul route, for example, which is completely off-site outside of the licensed area, and yet it still falls into that operational plan, as Mr. Martin indicated. So it's essentially a combination of both. We wouldn't lose that ability to have our own bylaw officers address issues for neighbors. We could do site plan control if council wished. There's no problem with implementing site plan approval. That would have a site plan agreement on the title of that front section, as well as Mr. Martin indicated. Existing pits along Snyder's Road, we, in my recollection, have not had a lot of issues. There have been some with storage of, say, motorhomes on the front of one pit at one point was an issue for a while, but in general, it's not been an issue. I don't know if that helps to answer it, but there is always that opportunity for township bylaw staff relative to things like property standards and such to also participate in the enforcement on those properties.
Any additional questions, councillors, before we go into our delegations for this topic? Okay, seeing none, our first delegate on this matter is the applicant, Mike Hodkinson of Petersburg Sand Company, and his agent, Dave Barrett of Arcadius. Mike and Dave, you will have 10 minutes combined for your presentation.
Hello, Mayor Salonen and members of council. My name is Mike Hodgkinson, owner of Petersburg Sand Company. I would like to thank you all for taking the time to consider my rezoning application. I would also like to thank staff for reviewing all the studies and materials that were submitted as part of the application process. The information in those studies is very important to myself, the township, and the community. My planning consultant, Dave Barrett, has done an excellent job of summarizing the project details. Throughout this process, we have submitted over a dozen technical studies and assessments looking at dust, air quality, water quality, noise, traffic, agriculture impacts, archaeology, cultural heritage, and more. All those studies were peer-reviewed by staff and third-party consultants. They all concluded that this pit would have negligible impacts on the community. I'm happy to see the staff report recognizes that we went above and beyond to make sure this project was planned in a safe and responsible manner. Keep in mind, I live on this property. The pit is in my backyard. I don't want to live beside something that is going to negatively impact the air that I breathe or contaminate the water that I drink. I don't want to be kept up all night by excessive noise or have trucks speeding past my house every hour. That's why I've taken time to ensure that this will not happen. I would like to thank the community for being part of the process. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time. David?
You have that PowerPoint, please. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Dave Barrett. I'm senior planner, specializing in resource planning with Arcadius, formerly IBI Group, based in Waterloo, representing Petersburg Sand Company this evening for the rezoning application at 1856 Snyder's Road East, also known as the Middle Street Pit. Initially, I'd like to confirm that we've reviewed the planning staff report prepared by your professional township planning staff, and we concur with the report findings and the recommendations for approval of the zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. Next slide again, please. So I'd like to just quickly touch on the process. The process started for PSC, or Petersburg Sand Company, back in 2019, 4 years ago, with the initial testing of the property and installation of groundwater monitoring wells. PSC continued assembling their consultation, or their technical consulting team, and doing field work through 2021, pre-consultation, approval of terms of reference, and eventually application submission in June 2022. Public meetings were held, information open houses were held last summer, and since then we've been working with review agencies to obtain approvals and clearances. Next slide, please. I'm going to, just in the interest of time, skip through this zone change process fairly quick, but if you could just jump back to slide 7 real quick. This just provides a good illustration of the zoning we're talking about tonight. So the central portion of the property north of the tracks is where the actual pit operation will be, to be zoned Z14. The land south of the tracks will remain zoned Z1 with the provision for the haul route to Snyder's Road, and then the portion at the northern limits of the property zoned for open space, Z11. Skip ahead, please, to slide 10. So the review process. The review process and the results of it are summarized very well in the staff report prepared by Mr. Martin. So what I will try to do is summarize some of the changes that happened as a result of these peer reviews. But in summary, every study submitted by the applicant has been reviewed, it's been peer reviewed, and all have been shown to meet each and every applicable provincial and regional standard guideline and regulation. Next slide, please. So again, Mr. Martin covered this fairly quickly tonight and in the staff report, but just to highlight some of the changes, the hydrogeological assessment was reviewed by the region, GRCA, and MNRF. The findings confirmed there was no impacts to operational wells and no change to surface water support to the offsite wetland. Monitoring program was updated as a result of these reviews. The monitoring program was updated to include 2 additional monitoring wells, which will be specifically used for water quality sampling. Water levels will be monitored at all 6 well locations, in addition to an off-site water level monitoring station within the off-site wetland. These are monitored every 4 hours for the life of the operation. The spills plan was also updated and implemented on the site plans through this review process. Next slide, please. Traffic impact assessment we've just spoken about. The TIS confirmed no negative impacts on the regional road structure or infrastructure. The location and design of the new pit entrance was approved. We spoke briefly about the speed study that was undertaken at the request of the applicant. Again, the speed study determined that there was no changes required, and ultimately the TIS was approved by regional staff. Next slide, please. A noise impact study was undertaken and reviewed by a third-party consultant on behalf of the region and as well as MNRF. I'll highlight a couple of the changes that resulted from the peer review. The haul route that crosses the CNR line has been moved to a central portion of the property, moving it further away from the closest resident. There was a processing setback as well from that closest resident in the southwest corner. That was increased from 300 meters to 350 meters. And additionally, a 3.5 meter high berm will be constructed at the southwest corner, again, closest to that closest neighbor. Next slide, please. Agricultural impact assessment. Again, this was peer reviewed by a third-party consultant on behalf of the region and also reviewed by the province. The study was determined to be satisfactory and no changes were required. Natural Environment Report, or EIS. This was reviewed by the region's EAC, or Environmental Advisory Committee, the GRCA, as well as the province. EAC recommended a number of environmental protection measures, including an ecological monitoring program and additions to the groundwater monitoring program. These recommendations have been added to the area site plans. The Ministry of Environment, specifically Species at Risk, has provided their clearance, and the GRCA has provided clearance as well. Next slide, please. The EIS identified an opportunity for ecological enhancement. In the northeast corner, closest to the hydro corridor, there's a portion of the property that's currently being farmed, and this area was being kept out of the extraction area for a reason, just to maintain surface flow to off-site water features. So this triangle presented an opportunity for enhancement. So with the region and the GRCA, we've developed a planting plan for this corner, and ultimately it will result in about 4,500 square meters of additional natural environment area added to the ESPA. Next slide, please. Dust mitigation, air quality, again reviewed by third-party consultants on behalf of the region and the GRCA. Again, as summarized by Mr. Martin, sorry, next slide, please. Mr. Martin, no changes were required. These studies were approved by the peer reviewers and ultimately the region, GRCA, and the province. These pictures here are good examples of what a grizzly screen is. So this is something that trucks would drive over while they're exiting the site to knock off excess dirt and material. A wash station as well. And again, as highlighted earlier, the entry from Snyder's Road up to the weigh scale will be paved to reduce dust. Next slide, please. These next few slides are the updated area site plans. They're available on the township's website. There were no changes to the existing conditions plan. On the next slide, the operational plan. Difficult to see at this scale, but this sort of shows the the changes to the haul route location at the central portion, the processing setback that was increased, and the additional berm at the southwest corner. Next slide, please. Again, difficult at this scale, but the red highlights all the changes that were made. There was changes to the fill importation notes at the request of MNRF, simply because the regulation was just updated in January. Additions to the monitoring program I already mentioned, noise mitigation, which I've mentioned, and again, the central column there is mostly the spills plan that's been added to the site plans. Next slide, please. The rehabilitation plan has been updated. Again, there's on the left column there, progressive rehab requirements requested by MNRF. These set sort of annual targets for progressive rehab, or not allowing the operation to proceed further without doing a certain amount of rehab as they move along. And again, in the northeast corner there, that's the area of the enhancement planting plan and related monitoring. Next slide, please. No changes to the cross sections.
I am sorry, you have gone to your 10 minutes. If you could just make a concluding point, please.
Sure. If you could, the next 3 slides are the agency clearances, which were summarized well in the report. You could just go to the conclusion slide. So to summarize, all required agencies have granted clearance for the rezoning of the subject property. The review process has resulted in positive changes, increased natural environment area, increased setbacks, and in closing, I would just like to reiterate that we are in support of staff recommendations and ask that you vote in favor of the zone change. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dave and Mike, for your presentation. Councillors, any questions of Dave and Mike? Okay, seeing none at this time, just before we jump into the following delegations, I did want to note that at 9 p.m. we will be taking a 5-minute break just so people can go to the washroom if they need to, stretch their legs. Or I guess whenever the next presentation is done closest to 9 o'clock. So just keeping that in mind. Our next delegation for this matter is Louise Lalonde. Louise, you will have 7 minutes for your delegation. Are you joining us? Oh, okay. Thank you, Julie. So this is Louise's comments that you're reading?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. Hello, staff. You guys have been receiving a lot of correspondence from me, and I thank you for all your patience and all your help. Louise Lalonde asked me to read her letter. Louise Lalonde lives at 2167 Snyder's Road, East Petersburg, Ontario. Her letter goes as she writes. As a Petersburg family community member, I would like to provide background regarding my concerns related to the rezoning of our farmlands and impacting results of more gravel pit operations in the community. I want to be clear, I'm not about anti-development, as I know the provincial level there is a desire to expand housing in the region of Waterloo. My concerns have always been about what is the expense of the development from a health and wellness perspective. Have we thought all options available to consider? As you look at all the delegates presenting on May 29th council meeting, please consider my position below as you review and approve the rezoning application. Health. I moved into this area in May 2011 as a very healthy person. I was aware that it is a busy street and that there was a gravel pit in front of my home. However, I was not expecting to incur poor health as a result of this. I do not smoke, vape, or inhale, ingest anything similar into my lungs. About 6 years ago, I started to have a minor cough with a periodic phlegm. I didn't think much of it as it was infrequent. Then in 2019, I adopted a cat. My cough worsened as well as the phlegm. November 2020, I installed a Sanuvox R-Max in-duct purifier in my furnace. This did not correct the problem. In September in 2021, I adopted another cat, and I also purchased a high-end Austin HM400 Healthmate HEPA air purifier that removes 99.97 of the air particles, larger than 0.3 microns. I did all of this because I believed my cough phlegm was due to an allergy to cats. I waited almost a year to see if the allergist specialist, as I believed I had allergies to cats. Sadly, the results were positive. I had allergies to cats, and I needed to rehome my cats for my lung health and well-being. Test results for dust, mold came back negative. Now, almost 8 months later, after rehoming my cats, the problem still persists. My home has been completely clean of cat dander, cat hair, and the problem persists. I now believe that it is the contaminants within the air in the area. Not all persons have the same reaction to airborne contaminants. So just because you're not experiencing ill health doesn't mean that there's not a problem. Air pollution. Air pollution concerns for what I'm breathing. Dirt, dust visible on my windows, outdoor furniture, and buildup of dust inside my home with my air purifiers is without a doubt a serious concern to my breathing and lung health. I have attached pictures, which I submitted to council, of white siding around my windows. I just cleaned them 2 weeks ago. I used to think that all the dust, dirt was from the farm behind my house. Since the cattle all have left in March 2019 and the land is now leased, there's only equipment in the lane about 2 weeks a year. However, the dust, dirt around my home has not improved. During spring, summer, and fall, when I like to be outdoors, I need to wash everything weekly from dust, dirt that I know is from the truck traffic, from the gravel pits that pass by my home. I now have no doubt that this is directly related to my cough and phlegm issues. What contaminants are in this dust that we are breathing? There is physical evidence of airborne particles when I open my windows and the dust particulates are transferred into my home and is present on the furniture floors. Even the windows closed, even with the windows closed, there's excessive dust, dirt on everything. This is substantially more than when I lived in Kitchener. Noise pollution. The noise of the trucks passing all day makes it impossible to sit outdoors in the nice weather. Even sitting out back does not help, and it is difficult to have conversations outdoors. Water pollution. So far, my water tests have come back good. Damage. Twice a month, a few years back, my windshield was cracked due to rocks from a truck I was driving behind my way home. Before you ask, yes, I was a safe distance behind the truck, at least 3 to 4 second distance. The recommended distance is 2 seconds per the Ontario Transportation Handbook. And she repeats the bylaw to keep a 2-second distance behind the vehicle in front of you. My platform is an emotional one based on urban development, planning, and health and safety, impacts of my own family, neighbors, and future residents. How do we want our community to be known? For gravel pits or people and or natural resources that are so precious? As a member of the Wilmot Township Committees, each meeting starts with a land acknowledgement where we state the importance of the dish with one spoon covenant, a peace agreement that was made between indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other, Mother Earth. We should take only what we need and leave enough for others and keep the dish clean. Let's try to be the best land stewards that is within our power. In closing, I am a realist, and I understand that data talks and how easy it is to create charts and statistics that weigh in the favor of those with deep pockets. My ask of you all is to consider your decision in partnership with the community, health and safety, and to think about creative, balanced solutions. Thank you for considering these serious concerns. I love this community and love living here. And she submitted the pictures, and within 2 weeks, she sent me this information. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much for reading that on behalf of Louise Lalonde. As Louise is not before us, I will not ask about questions. We will move on to our next delegation, and that is Jan Atkinson. Jan, you will have 7 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Okay. Councillors, Honourable Mayor, and staff, as you mentioned, my name is Jan Atkinson, and I reside at 2 Deerfield in Petersburg. I am a council delegate first-timer, and I'm passionate about the health and safety of our community and feel that there hasn't been sufficient exploration into the implications of rezoning and ultimately adding another gravel pit to Wilmot, which we may soon need to rename Bedrock, home of the Slate, Rock and Gravel Company, for those of you who are familiar with the Flintstones. As a Petersburg family community member, I would like to provide some background with regard to my concerns related to the rezoning of our farmlands and the impacting results in our village. I too have laid it out very similarly to what was already stated, but I will add some things that are unique to my experience. In terms of dust, while litter is visible, dust and airborne particulates are not. Concerns with breathing. I actually just came back from vacation and I didn't have any phlegm. I know that's kind of a little bit too much information, but while I was away it was fine. But after I returned home and with the windows open, which we don't use as often because of the dust, I noticed that it's come back. So anyways, what I'd like to talk about is the dust, the air pollution. The furniture outside there's black residue, there's dust continues to show physical evidence of airborne particulate. When I open our windows, the dust transfers into our home, is present on our furniture, the floors. So I leave the windows closed more often than I would like to, which increases our air conditioning costs because we're also having lack of fresh air, with the exception of the time of the manure spreading, which is not fresh air. It was really interesting today because we do have a lot of dust coming off the roadway as well, that the region had made sure there was a sweeper out today. I went, oh, look at that. On the day we're presenting, we've got a sweeper. And I also have to replace my furnace filter pretty much once a month. The noise, the next topic around air brakes in town is very loud. There's lots of honking at the kids, and it's really hard to have a conversation outside, which was reading that. Speaking of the traffic, I can't safely cross the street to go to the park with my grandchildren. I'm beyond sprinting at 63, soon to be 64, with a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old in tow. Trucks drive fast, and with a large number who don't slow down, in my opinion, it's not about if an accident is going to happen, it's when. I have called Tri-City a few times in the past to speak about trucks unsafely tailgating, bearing down on my vehicle when slowing at the railroad tracks, which I would end up being a monster truck demonstration. I did call him, and he actually did try to address it, but I know that these trucks are subcontracted, and so he did follow up with them, and they're paid basically on the load, and time, of course, is an important resource. And we all know, too, once feedback is provided, people are aware, they slow down, but then there's an expiration date, and we're back up to speeding again. In addition, I have concerns about the bus stop safety. We have many buses in operation here to transport children, primarily to secondary schools and primary schools, and the Quanta mobility buses that are here for elderly day away programs. Lastly, it's becoming increasingly difficult to get out, even out of my subdivision, to enter into Notre Dame due to increased traffic. Trucks, as you know, don't stop on a dime. We don't feel safe walking on our sidewalks, especially since we have a community post office that residents walk to daily. It's likely the beautification project was not only to provide safer walkways for our residents, but it was also provides a really awesome visual for people who are driving by and going, wow, this is a community, maybe I should slow down. So instead of it being currently an expressway. In terms of water, I'm a community well resident, so I worry about contamination, the supply, and the increased costs if our community well has to be drilled deeper. Those costs are transferred to us, which we already pay $90 a month. And so I would kind of like us to be able to demystify that whole water thing. In terms of damage, I too have had more than once a vehicle windshield hit, and I wasn't tailgating, I was far enough away, but the rock hit me, and one of them was a new vehicle, which really ticked me off that day. Again, in closing, as Laura said, I'm a realist. I understand that data talks, and it's how we make informed decisions, along with the financial impacts, which is an unfortunate reality. However, I am concerned for data and the feedback that hasn't been collected or discussed for all the above noted through individual focus groups or large community meetings. I've never been approached. My ask of everyone before me is to consider your decisions in improving this rezoning to allow for a partnership with the community to ensure that the health and safety of our current and future residents, and to think about exploring creative, balanced solutions, just like those kids are. Wish they were up with me right now. Thank you for hearing my voice. I love my village, natural resources, and the village people. YMCA. Over and out.
Thank you very much, Jan, and I must commend you. If that was your first time coming to council, you did a great job.
Pretty much. And I'm going to need some water now. It's pretty dry.
Councillors, any questions of Jan? Okay, seeing none, I do actually just have one question of clarification. On the school bus point, I did read correctly that the school boards chose not to respond, correct?
The school boards had responded saying they did not have any comments. And the comments with respect to the school bus stops on Snyder's Road were something that the Region of Waterloo was party to in reviewing the traffic study. So,
Are they also on Notre Dame as well? Regional Road? Yeah? Okay.
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jan. All right. Our next delegation on the matter is Stephen Beckhold. Thank you for joining us, Stephen, and you will also have 7 minutes.
I am also a first-time speaker, so let's see what happens. My name is Steve Bechtold. I live at 1826 Snyder's Road East. I'm a third-generation farmer here. My family has lived at that location for over 100 years, and I've lived there for 68. I've been asked to speak in regards to the pit and in regards to health issues. Since I really don't know how to speak, I'm limiting this to 5 people. Ned Haley lives at 1876 Snyder's Road East, Petersburg. Ned had a major heart attack last year, and over a period of 2 weeks, he won't let me tell you how many, but he had numerous heart stoppages. Now at home, he has to be very careful with airborne pollutants and stress. There's been talk about, we'll do this on the road, we'll do this on the driveway. There's still the pit. It's open, it blows. I've lived there, I've walked that pit probably before you, or that land before you were born. You disturb that land, it's gonna blow right in Ned's backyard. Right now, when the planting season is on, he has to close the windows and stay indoors to protect his health. If that pit goes in, and the dust from that pit and the haul road is going to force him to stay indoors at all times. The noise from trucks that will be coming and going and will be within few feet of his bedroom will cause lack of sleep and stress. Stress in a heart attack. Think about it. Since trucks and pit equipment do not follow acceptable hours, this will cause more stress for him, and we know that you don't follow regular hours because all you have to do is look at all the other pits on that road. Another person, Judy Cran, lives at 1960 Snyder's Road, East Petersburg. She has asthma. Right now she lives in front of Airscraft pit. If this new pit goes in, she will live between 2 pits and 2 municipal non-regulated right-of-ways that were zoned by the township. Because of the uncontrolled dust, she has to be on a puffer. With these unregulated right-of-ways, dust coming from these pit entrances, she can't go outside in the daytime to take care of her garden. The dust is so bad from the pit, she cannot breathe. Also, the trucks are coming in non-regular business hours. It's not regulated. They're in at 4 or 5 in the morning. Because of that, they have to keep their windows closed so that they can try and sleep. Also, when the trucks are coming back out, they're loaded so heavy, they're vibrating her house. Try living it like that. They're also afraid to be outside with their grandchildren because their truck drivers do not follow the rules of the road on the private drives where the pit entrances are and coming out onto the road. Albert and Maria, and I hope I get this anywhere close, all right, live at 2143 Snyder's Road East. For 6 years, they had lived across the road from me. They moved away for a year and then came back 6 months ago. Since coming back, the creek beside Dino's, they've noticed this is colored. They're in the process of getting it tested to see what's going on there. There's a creek that is going to be any excess runoffs from this new pit that's going to run in. So there's a problem. Albert has had asthma. He takes meds once every 3 days, but now, since coming back, he has to take it twice a day. Maria now has breathing problems and is waiting to see a doctor. She also says from the dust storms that are blowing from the pits across from her, her eyes are burning. The last person I'm going to talk about is me. Very important person. I am a dialysis patient. I have had kidney disease for 18 years. Since last year, I'm on home dialysis. I started the dialysis. To give you an idea, this is my kidney. Twice a day, I have to shove 2 needles like that into my arms to live. Since June of last year, I spent 13 weeks in the hospital learning how to do home dialysis. While I was in there, I was told my hospital bill is approximately near $100,000 a year. I am terrified for my life. If this pit makes any mistake, my well is within feet of this proposed pit. Steve, I gave you a Grand River Hospital water test. I don't know if you still have it. If you look at it, there's things they're testing for. I don't even know what they are. I had to look it up in a dictionary. This place is not testing that for this stuff. If they make a mistake, I'm told they'll give me bottled water. That's not acceptable for me. I need water, a lot of it. You asked me, Stuart, how much water? I contacted Grand River Hospital. They said approximately dialysis needs what 4 people use in a day. Figuring out with now, I have 4 people living there, dialysis and my horses. Grand River will not accept anybody else's water tests. They do their own. Their water tests come back 2 to 4 weeks later. So I did a rough estimate. He would have to supply me with a minimum of 200,000 gallons in a container at one time. And then probably have to put another 200,000 there so that they can come and test it to be ready for by the time the first one runs out. Where the hell are you going to put that much water? I don't want half a dozen tanker trucks sitting in my yard. The other thing I want to talk about is the dust. I'm immune compromised.
I just want to note that you have reached your time limit. If you could just make
Okay.
your final closing remarks.
Then, okay, I'll cut to the end. A lot of the things they say in the pit shall be. That's not enforceable. It's got to be will be. The last thing I want to bring up is, you people have said, if all the boxes are crossed, you got to approve it. No, you don't. If you think that's the way, you don't know how to do your job. You have unbelievable power. You can use your power, and if you don't use it, you're screwing up the democratic process. You guys were brought in here to regulate the world, and if you don't regulate it the way it should be, you should be ashamed of yourself. Do your job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bechtold. Councillors, does anyone have any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. We will go on to our next delegate, which is Stephanie Gertz, and I believe she's joining us online. And after Stephanie's delegation, we will take that 5-minute break.
Through you, Chair Sallin, and we do not have Stephanie Gertz in the waiting room right now. We sent an email to her recently, just reminding her, so we're hoping to hear back soon. But at this point, we do not have her.
Okay, given that, at this point, we will actually take that 5-minute break. So you may get up, go to the washroom, walk around, and we will resume in 5 minutes. And we will continue back on to our next delegation. Has Stephanie appeared in the waiting room or responded? Okay, seeing that she is not currently joined, we will move along to the next delegation, and that is Bernice and Warren Bechtold. Bernice and Warren, if you'd like to come up, and you will have 7 minutes, and thank you for joining us.
Mayor, Council, as I stood in my kitchen window, which faces Snyder's Road, early last Tuesday morning, I viewed an unbelievable and unsafe sight. 2 of the large, live-bottom gravel trucks, both fully loaded, were headed into Petersburg, and one was passing the other on top of the hill with a solid double line on the road. The slower of the 2 had likely just pulled out of the driveway of the pit just down from us, and the other must have gained momentum from one of the other pits. Dust was flying everywhere as the slower truck had partially pulled over onto the side shoulder of the road, while the faster truck was overtaking to pass, straddling both lanes. I watched in disbelief, hoping traffic headed east towards Kitchener was not coming up the hill or someone would end up seriously injured or dead. If you look at the record online from May 16th, the story on Petersburg, you will see the type of truck that I mentioned, as there's a picture of one there crossing the yellow line as it leaves one of the pits. The dust and debris is flying. Oncoming traffic makes it hard to see, and the air quality of the neighborhood and its citizens are affected. A couple of days later, I could hear a horn blasting as I looked out the front window and saw a loaded gravel truck coming up the hill with a passenger vehicle behind blowing its horn. I didn't have to guess what had happened. I knew that it had pulled out of the pit in front of the vehicle, and the driver was letting the dump truck driver know just how unhappy he was. This has also happened to me many times. Trucks pull out from the pits without stopping. Sometimes the trucks pull partially onto the shoulder, and when they do, your visibility is difficult as dust and debris fly everywhere. Windshields get hit with debris, can get cracked or broken, and it damages the paint on your vehicles. In most cases, on this hilly road, you can't safely pass at any time. How long will it take before human life is placed before the almighty dollar and the pit industry? Safety on Snyder's Road is already dangerous enough. It is a common occurrence to see vehicles passing on the right so that they don't have to wait for a left-turning vehicle. The speed limit, which changes to 80 kilometers just as you leave the village, so that by the time they get to the top of the hill and pass our home, they are traveling well over the speed limit on their way to get another load. My husband has lived on Snyder's Road his whole life, and I have lived there for over 48 years. Over this time, the truck traffic and the size of the trucks has gotten enormous as pit after pit opened. The road itself appears not to be built for the size of the trucks today, which are much larger and often have a pup behind. I can no longer walk in this roadway as I used to, for I fear for my life, and other neighbors feel the same way. So now we have to get in our car and drive somewhere else to get exercise and enjoy the outdoors. Often I feel that taking risks just pulling out of my driveway, as visibility is compromised by hills and dust. Our grandchildren love to come to our home and play in the country in our large yard, but I am constantly reminding them not to get too close to the road, for I fear for their lives. Even going out for my mail is dangerous as the trucks fly by with disregard to personal safety. I have to turn my face away and hold my breath as the wind, dust, and sand particles hit me. The proximity to the proposed pit on the hill is also a safety concern, as people coming from Kitchener into Petersburg will come over that hill and head directly into the heavy loaded trucks. I can't imagine the number of close calls that will occur as many brakes will be jammed on and tested for their strength. These pits affect our health, our safety, our community, our families, our homes, and our vehicles. We need to take a pause and get third-party studies of noise, safety, and air study qualities done. We feel our concerns have not been addressed or considered to this point. No peer reviews or third parties have knocked on our doors for our opinions. We may be a small community, but we still do matter. Our safety and quality of life matters to us. We voted for change for the Township Council, and now we have you in front of us. It's time for the Township to pay attention to some of the residences of this area. We are concerned for our family life and health and safety. Please don't let us down.
My name's Warren. I've lived here for 70 years. I've been a business owner in Petersburg for 41. I built my new location in downtown Petersburg in 2002. Until that point, I never realized what the truck traffic was. But what it was in 2002 isn't what it is today. You've got the triaxles with the pups, the tractor trailers, the garbage trucks. And then you've got all the extra trucks, not necessarily from the pit or the pits, but those trucks hauling fill out of Kitchener to a dump site in Baden. It's nothing to see 3 or 4 dump trucks sitting at the intersection at one time, almost every minute. Again, the region has said the road will take it. The region doesn't live on Snyder's Road. Respectfully, councillors, you don't live on Snyder's Road. The majority of you live in an urban setting where there's lots of rules, no heavy trucks, and whatever. We have to live on Snyder's Road. That was our choice when we moved there 48 years ago, or 38 years ago. We would like some protection for our life and our way of life that we started. We know it's an uphill battle and things are stacked against you as a council with all the provincial laws. What we're asking of you tonight is to become David and work with us to help fight Goliath. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Warren and Bernice. Councillors, any questions? Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. I now understand that Stephanie Gertz has joined us online. We will go to her presentation. Stephanie, once we have confirmed that the sound works, you will have 7 minutes. Technology is always great until it isn't. Just bear with us a moment, please.
Through the chair, Stephanie, if you're watching from home, can you please accept the promotion to panelist, please?
Stephanie, are you with us? Able to?
Hi, sorry about that. My Wi-Fi has been wonky, so I'm actually driving in. I pulled over to the side of the road, and I'm about 1 minute in. Can I speak when I'm in?
Yep, we can move on. We'll just move on to another delegation, and once you're in person, we will have you in
Okay,
council
thank you.
chambers. Thank you. Okay, our next delegate then is Maria Elves. Maria, you will have 7 minutes as well once you make it to the speaker.
Hello, my name is Maria Alves. Presently I'm at 2143 Snyder's Road East. Up till 2 years ago, I used to live at 1837 Snyder's Road East. I moved to Waterloo because I couldn't handle the noise. I thought I was maybe I'm a little bit cuckoo, so went to find a place in Waterloo, and I moved, and it's been good. But now, I always like to come back to Petersburg. I purchased a property at 2143 Snyder's Road, an old farmhouse, which I'm proud and been rebuilding it and put it back to life. So, now that I'm at 2143, I'm right across from the worst concrete, asphalt, sand towers that keep going higher and higher and higher. I never really paid attention till about 2-3 weeks ago. 2-3 weeks ago, I also own 2143, 2123, 1837, 1910, and 1974 Snyder's Road. But I do like 2143 because of the farmhouse. So, today I'm here to speak only of one serious issue that I was appointed to talk, but everybody else has been talking about it, and that is my topic, air. The air we breathe. Charter of Rights. The rights to clean air under the Protection Act. Approximately 2 weeks ago, on a very windy day, I was out working outside. I suddenly felt sick, dry mouth, irritation in my eyes. I saw my husband struggling. He is asthmatic. He went to his car, to his truck, get his puffer. That's the first time I ever seen him taking a second puff during the day. So, describing the sky. The sky was so smoggy and gray, dusty, sand blowing all from different directions. It just reminded me of all those movies that we watched from the 30s, like all those chimneys going, like the chimneys, dust coming from all these asphalt stacks, running equipment, and speeding of gravel trucks in and out into an unpaved laneways from their facility into our Snyder's Road East Road. The dust was uncontrollable. I decided to take a film. I could not see the facility from here to the other side of the road. That's how close I am. It was completely white, foggy. The wind was like doing some swirling around. I couldn't believe my eyes. It reminded me last year when I was in Portugal. Everybody talked about this African dust. I was at my mom's house. I just finished cleaning her house, like she lives in Canada. I just went there to have holidays in her own house. I finished cleaning the house. And the next day, I woke up, the house was this thick of dust. I asked the neighbor, what happened? Oh, it's the dust from Africa. I said, dust from Africa coming to Portugal? I thought again, didn't think much till I saw it with my own eyes 3 weeks ago. So anyways, my daughter, she lived at 1855 Snyder's Road East, a brand new house that she's been there for 17 years. She developed a rare kidney disease. Her son developed asthma. She kept saying, Mom, I can't take this. My floors are so dirty. My son is so bad. I don't know what's wrong with me. So she ended up on emergency. And I didn't think that very serious. You can't keep up with your mortgage. That's exactly how I talk to my kids. Say, no, Mom, she sold her house. So anyways, according to the kidney specialist, it is unknown what she has, but she definitely has a kidney problem. And she's been there for 17 years. Now that I'm starting to hear other people, my daughter's not alone. So anyways, where is our Charter of Rights? The protection of our health. According to some special interest groups, we need more gravel and more sand, as if we don't have enough gravel pits in the Wilmot Township. International companies come to our Petersburg, advertise that their product is made from the best silica sand being extracted from the heart of Petersburg. So, we all know what silica dust. There's so many other things, but silica dust clings to everything. It clings to your lungs. It clings to my brand new windows that were installed on this farmhouse a month and a half ago. They were iron ore.
Maria.
Now I call it iron white, because that's how thick the dust is, and it does not come off that easy.
Maria, you have run your time. If you just want to make a concluding statement, please.
I usually talk fast, but today. So anyways, let's stop Petersburg right now from becoming Waterloo region ground pits and the dumping ground of other cities. Let's keep our farmlands so that we don't have to be dependent on food coming from South America, from China, from Europe. Let's worry about that pollution. We are now worried more about pollution from Petersburg to Cambridge. That's it. But nothing else matters. So I urge every citizen of Petersburg to stand up and fight and stop ignoring our concerns. We have a right to clean air and to live a happy, healthy life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria.
And thank you for your time.
Councillors, any questions of Maria? Okay, seeing none, we will move along to our next delegation. I did see, Stephanie, that you've made it here safely. If you're ready to present, you're welcome to come up, and you'll have 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening to me today. Nice to see you guys tonight. So my name is Stephanie Gertz, and I live at Petersburg at the corner of Snyder's Road in Notre Dame. We moved in around 10 years ago. I guess when we moved into Petersburg, we didn't really think about traffic that much. We thought about the house. We have family in Petersburg, so we kind of just felt that that's the place we wanted to be. But we quickly learned when we started living there that we had to make sure that we shut our windows during daytime hours. There's a lot of noise, there's a lot of truck exhaust, so none of our front windows for the last 10 years, we don't typically open them at the front of our house. We do in the back. When we first moved into our house, we didn't have air conditioning. So it was very hot, but we tried our best to mitigate the noise, which was quite excessive, as well as the exhaust smells, and just the overall feeling of so many vehicles parked outside idling that, just it increased your anxiety of being in that house during those daytime hours. But one thing I want to say is about trust and faith. Trust and faith. We, as citizens, want to have trust and faith in the councillors that we voted in. Several years ago, when I moved into Wilmot Township, I wasn't aware of our municipal government. I didn't know what our municipal government did or what questions or decisions they made. But as I got more involved and I started volunteering, I started to learn what our municipal government's choices they're made, what staff's choices made. And I started getting more trust and faith in our municipal process and the decision making. And so what I also saw was more people getting involved in decisions through Let's Tree Wilmot or Wilmot Horticulture Society or Wilmot Ecumenical Working Group. And I learned, and people learned, and we started seeing more groups of people following decisions. But based on some of the most recent decisions regarding Citizens for Safe Groundwater, I know it's not related to this, but it is still, because I've seen the trust and faith of people and the decisions of councillors following and listening to issues regarding gravel and clean water, clean air, the preservation of farmland, the citizens' fear for breathing and drinking water. And citizens had this trust and faith in our council that they were going to listen and going to do something and going to protect us. But when the decisions regarding Citizens for Safe Groundwater happened, we saw that trust and faith greatly diminish. And that, even myself, I've lost my trust and faith within this council. I had such high hopes. And so what I'm looking now is for this council, in the decisions you make, will you making a decision based on trying to rebuild that trust and faith of your citizens, to show them that you're willing to pause, willing to listen, willing to re-examine and ensure that adequate time is being used to analyze what the citizens are telling you. The citizens are telling you they're sick, they're ill, there's too much smoke, there's too much dust. We're not saying for you to say no, we're saying take a pause and reevaluate. Take a pause and understand if this is a decision that you feel would build the trust and faith of your citizens tonight by making this decision, or can you put it off? Now, I only have 3 minutes, but I was also part of the Water the Region grassroots. I'm part of the Water the Region grassroots response to the Ukrainian crisis. I was part of the Water the Region Food Systems Roundtable, so having to do with food and farming. And I'm not just sure, I didn't listen if anyone had talked about the preservation of farmland and the absolute need of preservation of farmland and how our food system is deteriorating and our food banks, our local food banks, are struggling to keep up with the amount of food that we need. Our farmland is deteriorating to the point where we don't have enough food locally, so we have to import it. So when we talk about importation of gravel and how we want to reduce greenhouse gases because we want to have gravel close to site, we need to be looking at, is our farmland, is our food being preserved or being produced close to site? So, I mean, and we obviously have drinking water. We have sand, we have dust. There's lots of things put before you. This is a new council. Over the last few years, Citizens for Safe Groundwater spent years educating council on choices regarding educating them on food, water, air, you name it. And those councillors spent years listening to that and spent years educating themselves to make an informed choice. This council, if you actually feel that you're well informed enough, that you know enough about preservation of food and the need for our food systems to be adequately protected, if you know enough regarding our wells and how our water flows or doesn't flow, then you can make those decisions. But if you don't feel you have enough information regarding that, and remember last council listened for years, right? If you feel that you've been in this position for the last couple months and you feel that somehow you have enough information and you feel that your decision will not deteriorate the trust and faith in its citizens anymore, then you can make one decision. If you don't, then I recommend a different. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Councillors, any questions? Okay, thank you for also changing your plans since your Wi-Fi wasn't working. We're happy you were able to make it in. Our next delegation, I believe, is joining us virtually, and that is James, Faye, and Pamela Mahoney. If you can please confirm that you guys are with us. I'm getting the thumbs up that you should be on. If you can just double check.
Through the chair to Pam, can you please unmute yourself and open your video?
Yeah, have you got me on now?
Yes, we do hear you now.
Oh, hold on, and I will do that as well. Hey, there I am.
Perfect.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, thank you for letting me speak. I am speaking on behalf of myself, Pam Mahoney, James Mahoney, and Faye Mahoney. We live at 1703 Snyder's Road East. We have been a part of this community for 3 generations. We are still living on the same property 80 years later. My mother was the postmaster for 35 years in this village. She is also a key person in getting the speed limit reduced in Petersburg due to traffic concerns years ago. I agree with so many things that these people have saying. I can talk about dust. I can talk about, having to dust so often. I do not sit out front of my house because of traffic concerns. I will not let my neighbors park on the road. They park in our driveway because it's too dangerous to pull out from their driveways or our driveway because the traffic just flies through here. There is not a straight picture in our house. And I have tried this for years. I would go around straightening pictures, but with all the dump trucks going through, there's just enough vibration that every one of the pictures in our house is crooked. Our house is 50 years old. The house next door, the front of it, is close to 200 years old. The vibrations from these trucks going through can't be good. There is heritage designated buildings on this road, and the increased traffic, no matter how minute it is, will still cause damage. I guess I get a little flustered because I know how many people are trying to protest this, and it kind of feels like we're fighting a losing battle. As people that have lived in this community for generations, I believe we should have a say that sitting in Petersburg, we have an entrance to a gravel pit to the north of us, to the west of us, to the south of us, and there are 9 pits between us and Kitchener. We do not need another pit. We do not need the added stress. I have a brand new neighbor across the road with a 3-year-old son, and the only yard he has is out front of his house, and every time I see him out there, I panic because I do know how fast these trucks go through. And there's no way to regulate them. You could have an officer out there in the church and watching, but they're not there 24/7. And when they throw on those Jake brakes, the house vibrates. And there's nothing we can do. We can make a complaint, but we can't stop them. I would ask respectfully, I'm going to keep this extremely short. I ask respectfully, being a member of this community for 50 years plus, on behalf of my parents who have lived on this property, my mom who was born on this property, please, I have seen how this village has deteriorated over the last 50 years, and it is sad. We have lost the charm of this village and the beauty of this village with all the trucks, the traffic, the dust. It is devastating for a person who has lived here. Please, please support those who are imposing this pit. That's all I ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mahoney. Councillors, any questions? Okay, thank you very much for joining us and for your comments. We will now move along to our next delegation, and that is Julia Tavers-Denis. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I'm tripping over my words. Julia, I will just turn it over to you. My apologies, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, my name is Julie Tavares das Neves. Again, well, hello Mayor, hello Council, hello staff. I'm representing the group of residents that have spoken here today. We tried to get them to be organized for you so we wouldn't be here forever. So they've gathered a lot of community input from the residents that are not here today, but I am sure they're listening. Along with the residents that are here today, even though we aren't many in numbers, but Bernice Bechtel is correct, we do matter. So today I'm here on behalf of Stop Petersburg Sand Pit, Inc. We've requested an ICBL to allow sufficient and further study to make sure health and safety is in place going forward before another zone change such as the Petersburg Sand Company. My biggest concern, and I have been in communications many times with planning, I've been in communications with staff, with council and mayor, is transparency. I did a visit to the MNRF on Thursday, nearly 2 hours, very helpful people. During my visit, I learned that there is a very great possibility that Ariscraft is behind this application. Wilmot, are you planning without avoiding to tell the public? We live there. We saw Texans on our laneway. We saw them testing in the field behind Mr. Ned Haley's. In an email, which I did ask, I specifically asked the officer, and Mr. Andrew Martin had indicated to me that there was going to be a removal of a setback on the current license of Ariscraft. I then went in. When I went in, the officer confirms with the approvals that, and I'll read his email, this is May 26, Ariscraft license 5717 and 5554, and quote, regarding the setbacks on this site plan, it appears that a standard 15-meter setback on the west side of the property has now been approved to be removed. A common occurrence when both parcels of land are owned by the same person. I do not see where an excessively large setback was ever implemented on the approved site plan. My mother, we have dealt with Ariscraft directly. We do know who they are. And Ariscraft's main message from the CAO is we use only the fine silica-based sand to manufacture our products. Back in the summer, once this application was brought forth by the Wilmot Township Council, I emailed Andrew Martin, I emailed Les, and I spoke with Les Armstrong directly. I questioned several sightings where Ariscraft laneway to be used. I questioned terminology of expansion of the pit, and it seemed that everybody didn't know what I was talking about. I then get in contact directly with the region of Waterloo. In an email back in July, I have the traffic planning manager telling me exactly what needs to be done to our laneway for those trucks to be able to come up that laneway. I'm not going to read his email, but I do have great suspicion that for some reason, for some benefit, which I cannot see, it seems to be a secret. There's no secret They are side by side this property. There is interest, of course, because they use this sand. And I went out to Speedsville because my mom's a pretty smart cookie. She said, well, of course they're going to need more land to do processing because they've sold their land right beside, and now there's a subdivision. So unfortunately, to give those people some peace, they're now coming to Petersburg. Could I get that picture of the road truck? It's called. Thank you, Chad. So I'll just put up this truck because I have several issues with the application. I read this application from top to bottom. I printed out large drawings. I sat down and I accessed all the available tools, planning staff, region of Waterloo. But there's one issue that I really, really am concerned of. It's the issues raised by these residents. They have not been addressed. We were made publicly known of this application in June, but our first public meeting was August 22nd. You have one peer review from an honest company, Colville Consulting, Inc., was retained by the region of Waterloo on August 10th, 2022, to complete a peer review on an agricultural impact assessment prepared by DBH Soil Services for the proposed pit by Petersburg Sand Company. And then this letter is dated October 24th. So I only went a little bit further and really started to study the dates. But unfortunately, I do fear that our concerns were not even addressed, or maybe the region didn't even know about them. My second concern, I don't know if you're able to put that picture, you can just circulate the two. My third concern is this application looks beautiful on paper, but again, due to my diligence of going into the MNRF, that officer clearly states, and I'll read his email, and he said, as you can see in the attached screenshots, the current approved operational plan indicates that I have the authority to ensure internal haul routes within the site are maintained and to ensure dust is controlled on site. Outside of these boundaries, anything related to industrial activities such as truck activity would fall to the municipality to ensure compliance with the applicable regulations. I hope this provides you with some clarity as to what my role is as an MNFR inspector. So that's a picture over there of Airscraft. So not only the trucks kick up the dirt and the dust and the sand and the silica or whatever it is out there, but look at those pits. They're open. And it's because of operational plans that are not specific into phasing or say words shall be done. Or furthermore, in the case of this pit, it says, due to the variability of the on-site deposit, the commercial demand for precise aggregate specifications, and therefore the need to blend with the materials and requirement for multiple commercial products, more than one phase may be operational at any one time, and the two licenses together will be worked simultaneously. That means this pit, highly likely, it's been there since 1968, still open, still leaks, and the pictures are right there on the Kitchener record. This pit that my neighbor is applying is going to go side by side this pit. There is a great indication that there's been a lack of trust for some reason, some secret, when we all know who our neighbors are in Petersburg. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. Councillors, any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Our next delegation on this matter is Cameron Cotton O'Brien, who will also be joining us electronically. Cameron, once we have you confirmed in the room, your time will start.
Good evening.
Good evening. You're ready to begin.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. My name is Cameron Cotton O'Brien. I'm an associate lawyer at Donnelly Law. We are counsel to Stop Petersburg Sandpit Inc. I've been asked this evening to give a brief presentation about the possibility of enacting an interim control bylaw, or ICBL, regarding sand and gravel extraction in Wilmot Township. Our recent experience in the town of Caledon has proved to us that an effective and equitable way of dealing with the deluge of new gravel applications is through adopting an ICBL to pause approval of new operations, which allows the township to conduct studies that lead to improved, updated policies and bylaws. My apologies, I'll skip through the who is Donnelly Law portion if that's okay, of just noting that our time is quite short. You could go to the next slide, actually. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. So the Township of Wilmot's zoning bylaw is ill-suited at the moment to deliver the necessary tools for modern regulation of quarry and pit aggregate extraction operations. The possibility of an ICBL, again, an interim control bylaw, provides the township with the time and ability to properly assess how extraction should be regulated moving forward. And I'll just suggest that if you go to the next slide, please. This was part of a report commissioned for the town of Caledon. Their concern there was that the bylaw was simply not calibrated to properly regulating modern pit and quarry operations. And the concern is that a similar issue exists in the township of Wilmot. If you could go to the next slide, please. Sorry, the next slide. Great, thank you very much. So I'll just briefly explain here. So an ICBL is a legal planning mechanism under Section 38 of the Planning Act. ICBLs are frequently used by municipalities to grant themselves the time, which is referred to as the breathing room in some of the case law, to study an issue affecting some portion of their community, for example, where there are too many pits. An ICBL permits adoption of an updated zoning bylaw, which can protect residents from dust, noise, truck traffic, and preserves the safety of drinking water, for example. An ICBL is crucial in allowing, and if you could, sorry, go to the next slide there, yeah. I won't read that out, but that's Section 38 of the Planning Act, which authorizes the implementation of an ICBL. So an ICBL is crucial in allowing a municipality the breathing room necessary to carefully consider its policies and bylaws in the face of new zoning applications such as this one. In general, an application is assessed by the Ontario Land Tribunal according to the official plan and bylaws in place at the time of the application. This is known as the clergy principle. However, implementing an ICBL may defeat the clergy principle and allow new policies or bylaws to be approved. The breathing room provided by an ICBL has been interpreted by the tribunal as follows. If you would please go to the next slide. Oh, sorry, the next slide, actually. So the tribunal held as follows. The nature of the breathing space is set out in Section 38 sub 6 of the Planning Act, which provides that the zoning in effect prior to the passing of the interim control bylaw will come into effect again after the expiry of the interim control period, if council has not passed a new zoning bylaw consequent on the review or study within the breathing room space. The Planning Act accordingly preserves the priority of zoning passed in the period of the breathing period, and if passed in that period, the prior zoning does not come back into effect unless the new zoning, which has its own notice requirements, is appealed and is defeated on the appeal. Effectively, a ICBL allows for the township to pause.
Oh, I believe that we've lost your audio there. Oh, We will give a moment there for Cameron to hopefully be able to reconnect.
As it currently exists. So,
Cameron, are you able to hear me? We just lost you at an interesting point, but if you could just go over like the last 30 seconds, and I will note that on your time.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Where did you lose me there?
Yes, pause.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So effectively, the ICBL allows for a period of time where you can pause what is occurring in an application to allow for studies to be conducted, which can then lend themselves to the implementation of new policies and bylaws according to which the zoning application is to be assessed. Sorry, I just want to make sure. Did you get that?
Yes, we did get that. Thank you very much.
Okay, my apologies. So I will just say the reasons we think that the Township of Wilmot would benefit from enacting an ICBL, and I believe if you could go back one slide. Thank you. So Wilmot's zoning bylaw governing pits and quarries was recently revised in 2022, but is quite similar to the bylaw enacted initially in 1983. That bylaw contains only bare bones regulations concerning the operation and location of pits and quarries. An ICBL would allow Wilmot to study a number of important areas of concern, including air quality, traffic, road safety, noise, water, and so on, and pass bylaws to protect the community in accordance with the results of these studies. Failing this, as noted, an OLT hearing would use the 2022/1983 bylaw to evaluate an application. According to the most recent statistics, Wilmot produces some 1,043,000 tons of aggregate per year, which is approximately 52 tons per person. The average Ontarian consumes 11 tons, and so the scale of extraction already underway in Wilmot suggests great care should be taken before a new approval is granted. I just want to very briefly close with two concerns that are sometimes brought up. If you could go ahead a slide or two. One further, please. Great, that's perfect. So there's sometimes concern from council, staff, and municipal lawyers that there are legal and financial risks to enacting an ICBL. We want to say that a charge of bad faith against a municipality is rarely proven and requires proof of illegal, unreasonable, or arbitrary action on the part of council or municipal employees. It cannot credibly be claimed that the township is at risk of being sued for bad faith simply by adopting a legitimate ICBL. ICBLs are adopted all the time, but bad faith lawsuits are exceedingly rare and only in a few egregious cases have been successful. Another common concern is the cost associated with an appeal to the OLT. And I'll just very quickly, if you would mind skipping ahead to the next slide. The next slide. And one more further, thank you. So you can see a quick breakdown. So legal fees would be the time spent in the hearing itself as well as preparation. And then if you can go ahead one more. The expert fees tend to roughly match the legal fees. We wanted to point out that these fees can be properly understood to a reasonable degree of exactitude prior to enacting an ICBL and contemplating the possibility of an appeal. And these fees can also be managed by splitting the cost and the effort necessary between the township and different citizens groups. So if you could go ahead to the next slide, please. So the total overall cost is brought down to a considerable degree by sharing the cost of preparation as well as the experts. Obviously, the court time of the hearing itself can't be split in that sort of way, but this is kind of a rough estimate of how those sorts of costs can be arranged. And on that, I note that I'm out of time, so I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Councillor Sadhu has a question.
Thank you for your presentation, Cameron. I just wanted to get your comment through the mayor about Bill 97 that is upcoming. I know you had mentioned that the ICBL cannot be appealed. With Bill 97 due to be enacted into law come July, it also states in here that it can be appealed by any individual. I just wanted you to comment on that.
Thank you very much for your question. And sorry, I didn't mean to say that an ICBL cannot be appealed. Under present law, it can be appealed when the initial ICBL can't, but then it can be appealed when it's when they try to put it through for the additional year. You're correct that Bill 97 does contemplate an initial appeal possibility. I'm going to refrain from commenting much further on that at the moment, just because I would like to review that myself, but I'm happy to correspond with council about that to provide a more fulsome answer.
Any additional questions, councillors? Councillor Cressman?
So, through you, Mayor, which I frequently forget that, I apologize for that. Through you, Mayor, I guess this might be to Harold. Is our bylaws out of step or out of sync? Is that a little bit like beauty is in the eye of the beholder? The person doing the beholding determines whether they're out of sync with the provincial standards. And so if, somebody who's looking at trying to prevent this from moving ahead would say they're out of sync, and somebody who sees that as in sync, as per Andrew's presentation, would say they're not out of sync. So is this a he said, she said type of argument?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, and to Councillor Cressman, our bylaw is a site-specific bylaw. In general, the official plan is what actually is the governing document that we review this under. The status of the current zoning bylaw really has nothing to do with this. It's our official plan policies, which we updated in 2019 to be compliant with the new regional plan, which is also fully compliant with the current provincial policy statement. So I would argue that our policies that govern the consideration of development applications such as this are up to date and current. I don't think you'd find probably more current in the Waterloo region. North Dumfries, I'm not sure the status of theirs, but certainly Wilmot was in the forefront of implementing, the regional plan. So I realize the delegation was speaking to his opinion that our zoning bylaw is out of date, but it's the official plan policies that are actually what we review: noise, dust, and all the aspects that are presented in the report tonight. The studies have been submitted. The applicant, through the pre-consultation process, was advised of what needed to be studied. Region, Township, GRCA reviewed those. Peer reviews occurred as well, and as Mr. Martin indicated, through that consideration, it was deemed that the applicant has complied with our official plan policies in respect of the matters that we look at. So to that extent, being at the end of a process and introducing, I guess, a new rule book would seem to be of questionable good faith in terms of this application. If council wishes additional information on interim control bylaws and the options, that's certainly something that staff could produce at a later date. But in terms of this application being at the end of the process, having followed our current OP, which again is a 2019 OP, compliant with regional and provincial policies, I would argue that our policies are current and up to date.
Thank you. Additional, Councillor Sadhu?
Through the mayor to Cameron, two questions. I know you had mentioned the cost of the OLT coming in at around $150,000, and you had am I correct in saying, assuming that you had suggested that it could be a shared cost? So would the group be willing to chip into that? And also, based on your expertise in with OLT, what percentage of cases generally win when they get to the Ontario Land Tribunal?
Thanks for your question. I will say that the cost estimate was just trying to provide an example. Of course, it would depend upon the length of the hearing and so on. So don't want to hold fast to that as a precise estimate, but it is a way to understand how the costs can be kind of calculated beforehand. And then I don't want to speak on behalf of the citizens groups, but the suggestion that I have there is that if there are groups that are willing to kind of invest in the legal and expert resources as well, then those presumably would be able to be shared, but I don't want to speak out of turn. In terms of the question of what percentage of cases generally win, that would depend on exactly what sort of case you're talking about. And once again, I'm happy to go back and conduct a bit further research to be able to provide a more an answer that I would be comfortable giving.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor. Cameron, I'm going to go back. Can you pull up your slides? You're not willing to comment on costs, yet you were willing to put them in your slides written down. I'd like to see those numbers, please, and understand your rationale for suggesting that the cost would only be 150 when that's clearly identified by yourself as a shared cost with citizens group. So I'd like to be very clear as to what you're suggesting exactly, please.
Sure. My apologies. I don't actually have the ability to put this slide up myself.
Your slides are coming back up. It'll just be a moment there to get.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, so sorry. So this is where I think the previous slide is the one that we want the legal fees there. So this is a breakdown that we were calculating. So if you had a lawyer who was charging $500 per hour, generally during a hearing, a lawyer will charge for 10 hours a day, so the hearing itself as well as preparation before and after. So you can estimate that would be about $5,000 per day. If it's a 2-week hearing, be $50,000. The general rule that we would have is that for every day of a hearing, you require 2 days of preparation. And so then the total preparation cost, you can say, is about $100,000, bringing the legal fees to $150,000. This is, of course, a ballpark based upon, if it was a 2-week hearing, it's difficult to be able to say that without getting the precise details, of course, of what's kind of what we're looking at. So that's sort of what I was trying to suggest, is that this is a way that you can kind of break down the cost to understand what it's going to look like. But of course, you would need a more precise understanding of exactly what the application or appeal or hearing was going to be in order to provide a response there. Now, I would just like to, if you don't mind, if council could redirect the question on the sharing of costs in particular to the speaker, to Ms. Neva before me, that I think that would be a better person to answer that.
Sorry, so you're asking that the question be redirected to the Petersburg Sand, the group against the Petersburg Sand Pit? Is that what you're asking, Cameron?
Yeah, yes, yes, I am.
Okay, Julie?
I think the residents would really appreciate the opportunity to be able to work here with council, with staff. Mr. Harold Okrafka, you're absolutely right. The application in the boundaries north of the track, they comply. Unfortunately, there is details in those applications that the MNFR cannot make these pit owners comply. But that's different. It's what's happening south of the track that you guys can comply. But unfortunately, you don't have sufficient bylaws. And when we call the MNFR and say they come out, they can't do anything past the tracks. We can contact MECP. I contacted them Thursday. I have yet not received no response. So unfortunately, to answer Donnelly Law, Cameron, we would consider yes, but we hope we don't even have to go there. If we have sufficient timing to give us the proper data studies that these people already are telling you, they are suffering. But if you don't have no protections for us and just license off these pits, it makes you no different than what has been happening since 1968. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Councillors, any other questions? No? Okay.
My apologies. Can I make one further comment in response to a question from previous that I should note?
Okay.
Just wanted to quickly note that Bill 97 has not actually been passed into law as of now. So if an ICBL was passed by council, it would not be appealable until that law comes into effect.
And may I just have staff clarify, because I know there are timelines with the province on that bill.
To you, Mayor Salonen, Bill 97 does include a new provision that would give appeal rights to any person or body. However, an interim control bylaw is actually still appealable by the minister at this time. So the new provision would be that in addition to the minister being able to appeal your interim control bylaw, a resident or anybody would be able to appeal as well. The timing of Bill 97, as you know, it contains a lot of provisions related to July 1st being a specific date. Previously, the province had announced that Bill 109 would require us to return fees if we did not meet timelines beginning January 1st. This bill contains a provision saying, change their mind, it's July 1st now. Almost certainly, Bill 97 will be put into law before July 1st to affect all of those provisions. So reasonably, in the timeline that you're looking at, certainly an interim control bylaw would require some level of staff report input from your solicitor on its formulation of what is being looked at to ensure that it meets the tests of the Planning Act and the Municipal Act. It is reasonably probably impossible that we would be able to legitimately put in place an interim control bylaw in the time frame that you'd be looking at if the goal is to avoid an appeal of that bylaw by this application. So from a staff perspective, again, we would suggest that these two topics probably are best separated. An applicant has moved through a process, followed the rules of the region, the GRCA, the township, presented the studies, presented the peer reviews. The recommendation is in front of you for a decision. Subsequent to that, if you wish, it's certainly council's decision, but staff would be happy to provide whatever information you seek on interim control bylaws and you know, some discussion as to what possibly the standard, again, it needs to be just, it can't be that you're using the year to petition the province, for example, to change their standards or the region. It needs to be something within your control that you see as something that you can make a decision, set a local standard or regulation that you're going to start enforcing. So the issues raised by the delegation, the current delegation, I think I heard traffic, which is a regional road. I heard dust and noise, which are provincial standards, and I think he mentioned groundwater as well, which is a regional standard and a regional responsibility. None of those would be within your purview as council, for example, to set new regulations or standards. That would be my suggestion to you on. I don't know if you want additional information on that, but certainly that would cover the basics of what's being presented to you here.
Thank you, Director Okrafka. Could you also just speak to the front part that's not Zone 15 and not the open space zone? If council were to change bylaws, I know it was certainly mentioned in a conversation that I had with Julie earlier, regarding the noise bylaw, how that is currently under change. If there is a part that perhaps an applicant or any business for that matter, outside of the area of their actual application, or so outside of zone 14 essentially is what I'm trying to get at. If we were to make changes to any bylaws, would the areas then have to follow in line with that? Not the ones that are under the ministry. I'm sorry for not articulating that very well.
To you, Mayor Salonen, I believe what you're asking is what amount of control we would have over the front portion of the property, regardless of whether it's in or out. So the two answers from earlier, so as Mr. Martin indicated, it does form part of the haul route. It is part of the license conditions, even though it's outside the licensed area, but it's also governed by current township rules. Our rules in respect of noise generated by legally operating business, whether it's a farmer with a tractor harvesting in the middle of the night or any other industry, is that they still need to meet the minimum standards of the province, but we do not specifically set hours for noise as we do with residential noise. So the current noise bylaw update in general would seem to be focused on reasonable noise generated through residential activities and not targeted at legitimately operating businesses. Having said that, through site plan control, we can certainly control noise and dust, or dust rather, the surface treatment of the laneway. As we've indicated, previous pits, we've done that without employing site plan control, but we can put, obviously an agreement on the title of that front property to ensure that it is paved, that it's paved before the pit becomes operational. Those would be on the operational notes of the pit already though as well. So there's a lot of layers already in place, but in general, the noise being generated from trucks, it would be no different than trucks driving down a road. We wouldn't govern the noise from a truck driving down the regional road. And so it would be difficult to enforce the noise driving on that driveway back to the pit. Similarly, it would be almost impossible for the ministry to enforce that noise of a truck driving to the pit, right? So I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for, but in general, I don't believe that the current noise bylaw, and Clerk Bunn may be able to shed more light on what the intent of that is, but it's not typically targeted at our local businesses. It's more focused on residential noise.
Thank you for taking my unarticulate question and answering what I was trying to get at. I appreciate that. Any additional questions, councillors? All right, well, thank you very much, Cameron, for your presentation and for joining us this evening. Our next delegate on this matter is Edward Hawley. Edward, you will have 7 minutes once you make it up to the microphone. Thank you for joining us.
It'd be hard, I'm half asleep. I go by Ned anyway. I'm Ned Hawley, I live at 1876 Snyder's Road. I got a 1 acre lot there. I'm part of the farm that is being trying to be rezoned. Anyway, they want to put a berm beside my house, at the end of the house, between my place and Mike's, which the berm is only like 3 meters high, which is not nearly high enough to block the traffic, the noise, the dust, the dirt, everything that comes off of those trucks. It's also, they've only got the berm at the end of my house. Then the route goes behind my house. Why is nothing in the back of my house to protect me? Does the noise stop there all of a sudden? I'd like to find out. Also, I talked to Andrew the other day. I asked him, didn't talk to him. I sent him a note, asked him about the neighbor at 1844, which is on the other side of Mike. There is no berm, wall, nothing allowed for this guy. And Andrew said it's because it's in the noise. When they check out the noise stuff, it was not required. But I looked it up in the berm, looking in, they put noise receptors at 6 different locations, different houses, at the beginning of this. And 1844 and my place are both at 46 dBA. We got the same noise levels. I don't understand why there's no protection, no barrier there at all. I'm glad to hear the road is being paved. That was one of my questions. If the CN rail crossing needs the arms and sirens and stuff, is there another study that has to be done for the noise, the lights, and issues like that? What's the speed limit on this access road? It's not going to be like a city, is it? Like we're just driving down 30 miles an hour? Like, we need to know that. What bylaws do we have in place for any of this stuff? How long will it take the township to give my neighbor, how long will the township give my neighbor to complete the access route? Is it going to be over a long duration? Is it a short window? Will the berm be maintained and appealing to the eye? As when it comes to the watering of the roads, that is definitely not sufficient. I'm glad to see, I learned tonight that he's going to be washing the tires. But as I stated in the past, I sent a couple letters to Wilmot Township in the past that I had experienced how bad it can really get. This sand is not like beach sand. This is silica sand. It flies like crazy. Mike was in the back. A few years ago, Mike rototilled the field and behind me. He was back there for a couple of weeks, horsing around on that. All he accomplished was taking all the growth up top, the grass and weeds or whatever, took it all off, and then the wind picked up. And I tell you, I had a half-inch of sand on my back patio, and I work in construction all my life. I know what a half-inch is. And I walked across the grass, and every time I took a step, a flume of dust goes flying up. This is what I'm looking forward to. This is not good. Mike can wash his tires, but when you open up that pit, what's going to stop all the wind from blowing all that up? It all comes my way. Nothing is going to stop that. I don't care how many tires you wash, or you put a little bit of sand on it, a little bit of water. I've seen it firsthand. The best thing you can do is keep the lid on that hole, and it'd be better for everybody in Petersburg. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ned. Councillors, did you have any questions? Oh, that's okay. Staff, did you want to make note on the railway crossing? I know you definitely had an answer on Mr. Martin.
Yeah, through Mayor Sallin, we did have a conversation with CN regarding the access. So there is a detailed plan of what that access across the railway tracks will look like. Ultimately, I contacted CN staff directly to get further clarification on the process. It indicated that ultimately the access would be required to be constructed in accordance with their plans, and at such time as that's completed, they would then enter into an agreement regarding the access. So ultimately that needs to be completed before the pit is licensed. In that discussion, they had indicated that sight lines could be addressed. They did not indicate that there would be any need for any kind of railway crossing, lights, bells, that sort of thing. That said, it is regulated by CN. If they wanted to introduce those sorts of control measures in place at any point, it would not be something they would contact or consult with the Township of Wilmot. Similarly to the existing crossing of the railway tracks, if improvements were required by CN, those improvements would be completed with no consultation with the township. So ultimately, that's the crossing is regulated by CN. The recommendation includes wording to ensure that that crossing is completed prior to licensing, should the MNRF decide to implement those recommendations that are proposed by this report if it were to be approved. I think the other comment with respect to noise and the locations of berm, ultimately the answer is correct in that the noise study did not determine that there was any requirements for a berm other than what's proposed on the drawings around that home. Whether that mitigates noise to just the delegations property or whether it also controls to the adjoining property, I can't speak to that specifically, but I can say that, ultimately that berm was all that was required to mitigate noise to all of the receptors. So presumably it adds benefit to one property, but perhaps another as well. And I think those were the primary questions, but if there was something else you need clarification on, I'm certainly happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. And thank you very much, Ned. We will now move along to our next delegation, and that is Chris Scullion. Chris, you will have 7 minutes for your delegation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. My name is Chris Scullion. I was asked just to speak on air noise issues. I'm a principal of Northern Applied Sciences. I've been doing air noise modeling for about 20 years now, and I'm familiar with the companies that put together the models, and I will say that they are reputable companies. I wanted to give the room just some idea of how we do air and noise, because I think it would be beneficial. It is the province that regulates it, and typically what we do is we look at individual sites, and we do not consider cumulative impacts. That's just the rule. It's a practical rule. It's how industry is regulated. There's always some exceptions. The director can order certain things to be done, but it's a good practice. When I look at the air noise studies that were performed, I'll call them the forms that were followed make sense. The models that they used were models that the Ministry of the Environment would approve. The emission factors that were used were, within some argument we have, generally acceptable. But I will say that they're conceptual models. And I know this because we put together hundreds of reports for industry all the time. And typically we use emission factors of the US EPA or of the Ministry of the Environment that are available because we don't have good data. And so I would like the room to know that conclusions that were made in these reports, and even peer-reviewed, are based on conceptual models. And I would be hard-pressed to hear what I've heard today as an expert and not at least acknowledge that there could be potential for what I would call an adverse impact. Now, adverse impact is an interesting concept because under Section 14 of the Environmental Protection Act, which pretty much any consultant knows, you cannot cause loss of enjoyment of property and you cannot affect the health negatively of residents in the area. That's how we basically protect the public, and it's a good catch-all policy. So with this in mind, I would say that I like to give everybody the benefit of the doubt because I know firsthand how much work are put into these air noise reports. I also know that there are a lot of limitations, and the word limitation even comes up in the reports. When we say they're passing for silica, what does that mean? Well, it means conceptually, this site alone, I saw a number in there that said it was like 80% of the limit. Well, what if the number isn't accurate because the emission factor is underestimating other things that are going on, not only at this site, but also from other sites in the area, which is extremely difficult to quantify. So my position would be, in looking at this and being objective and giving everyone the benefit of the doubt, that direct monitoring, particularly at, I would say, sensitive receptors of concern, which would be people that you've heard from with health impacts, perhaps with breathing issues, properties that are very close to an existing pit, I would say put a monitor and just get actual data. Data that's not modeled from a source-specific emission factor applied to a tonnage throughput, but something that actually shows the state of the pit, that would catch if there were poor management practices already in place that you would find that, you would basically find those issues. Now, it takes time to do that, and I definitely appreciate that. It also takes budget to do that. So those are complications. But I do not think it's unreasonable that there actually could be an issue here. And I think that the peer review, I feel like it was good to look at the forms, which would I call like the procedure, but when I look at it, I don't see any acknowledgement of any of the complaints. And so if I was a peer reviewer and I knew that there were perhaps 10 or more complaints coming from local residents of existing quarry or pits in the area, I would probably question whether or not the cumulative air impacts were adequately assessed. And I don't think that's unreasonable, and I think that in looking at this, it can become very impassioned very quickly, and sometimes to be objective and just get the right data is the right route to go. And I feel that, with this in mind, a good decision can be made that is very reasonable, that acknowledges that, yes, we need gravel pits in the world, that's important. We have a hungry appetite for building sidewalks and roads and buildings. And I think that and this is just obviously opinion, but good policy would mean to be as informed as possible. And so I would caution council, because it sounds open and shut. We had an air study done, we had a noise study done. It was peer reviewed. What possibly could we do? We followed the right protocol. Well, I would say that there are times where if this site had a really good separation distance, I would look at this and I would say, absolutely, no issues. I agree with the approach. But when you have so many residents in such proximity to not just the proponent, but everybody else that's already been there in operation, yes, I do believe it merits some attention. And I believe that in hearing even the arguments, I can see how it goes in a lot of different directions, but I would stay focused, and let's look at some of these, what I would call immediate health concerns, because silica is truly, it's a carcinogen. It's something that does merit attention. And silica does come up in the report. It comes up in the cumulative impacts that were assessed. And I know we're running a little bit short on time, and there's a lot you've heard, but we would always be open to talk to the peer reviewer about concerns. And I feel that basically portrays what would be helpful in this situation. So I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. Councillor Martin.
I didn't catch who you work for, or are you an independent consultant, or you work for a company?
Yes, so my firm is Northern Applied Sciences. I used to be the manager of Trinity Consultants' Toronto office. We had firms basically across North America, and I was the Toronto office manager. So my background's air and noise, and I moved to Waterloo region actually basically about a year ago. And my colleague and I opened up a private firm, just a modest small one. So that is who we are.
Thank you. So if we were to commission some kind of a study, I gather you're saying we could put monitors at homes along in that Petersburg area or along Snyder's Road, or you're saying that monitors could be, how long would it take to do an assessment?
So that's a good question. So I would basically say I would put it to I would say I would get the input from the peer reviewer and the proponent's consultant, but in terms of air, there's a lot of variability that happens, and typically you'd want to do over a period of months a study. So it's not something like you could go out the next day and say, what's the dust? Because you may not catch a maximum. And realistically, the regulations, when we look at dust as an example, it's 24-hour standards we're dealing with. So you want to make sure you catch the worst case conditions, which could be in very dry summertime, periods with lots of truck activity and movement.
So it wouldn't be inconceivable to take a 6-month period of time in order to do such an adequate study?
I think it could be reasonable, yes, to say 6 months would be required. I would say that perhaps if everybody wanted to push things forward in a more aggressive approach, I think it could be done in 3 to 4 months, but you would want to do it during the summer weather where you would actually experience worst case conditions.
And what would such a study cost?
That is a good question. And the other question is who would pay for the study, obviously. I would say that because we would suggest air and noise monitoring, you could be between $20,000 to $50,000 depending on the rigor of your assessment.
So let's say we spent $50,000 and did a study. I guess my question next would be to, maybe through you, Mayor Salonen, to Director Okrafka or Manager Martin. Let's say we did such a study and we came back with results that said the air is bad and the noise is bad. Do we actually have any jurisdiction over such results? I mean, what would happen if we came up with negative results?
Through Mayor Salonen to Councillor Martin. We wouldn't be doing the study. It would be the applicant who would be required to do the additional analysis to provide council with the answers to those questions. He would have obviously the opportunity to do those studies and submit them for review. Alternatively, because we're at that decision-making stage, he would also have the opportunity to just refer the entire matter to the OLT. But I can't answer as to what the applicant would do in that case, but it wouldn't be the township that would be paying for that study. It would be, we would require the applicant to submit that additional information. But again, as the delegation has indicated, certainly we would want to speak to the peer reviewers, the regional staff who commissioned those peer reviews and the original analysis as well. So from that perspective, certainly delegation has indicated that it could be done. The peer reviewers and the original study authors may have a different opinion than the delegation as to the value of that study and whether it's required or not. So I would be cautious, no disrespect to the delegation, but certainly within that professional realm, there will be a multitude of opinions as to what's appropriate and what's not.
Thank you to everyone.
And sorry, just to pick up on the one part of Councillor Martin's question on should a study go through, it came back with not favorable results. What is in the township's actual jurisdiction on that? I understand that.
Council's jurisdiction would be, through Mayor Salonen, and Councilor's jurisdiction would be to decide whether to approve the application, not approve the application, or, but certainly if the results came back adverse, the applicant would most likely provide scenarios for how to address those and mitigate those. It would be rare that the results wouldn't have something that could be done to mitigate the impacts of said potential dust or noise. Certainly the existing studies, I want to emphasize, that have been generated, that the delegation has indicated certainly would be standard and have been peer reviewed, indicate that the proposal meets the requirements of the province in respect of dust and noise. But that would be my opinion.
Thank you very much. Councillors, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation. So now that brings us to the conclusion of our delegations for this portion of our meeting. Again, this is not actually a formal public meeting under the Planning Act. And before we do vote on this, does council have any other questions, any things that they would like to change to what's before us? Nope. Oh, Councillor Sadhu.
Through the mayor to Director Okrafka, as far as vertical zoning and supply and demand, is it true? Well, it's true, but so we cannot take these into consideration when making a decision on the pits?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, and to Councillor Sadhu, that is correct. The current provincial policy statement has two specific limitations. One is that supply and demand is not something that can be given consideration to. I've said it before, and I know I'll probably hear about it, but every property in Wilmot could be a gravel pit, and you still have to consider this application for a gravel pit. Supply and demand, whether there's 10 pits, 100 pits, or 1 pit, supply and demand is something that the provincial policy statement prohibits you from using as a cause to approve or not approve a pit. Vertical zoning essentially is a concept that Township of Wilmot actually and the Region of Waterloo both tried to put into our official plans, not with this government, but with the previous government. that government chose to not allow us to do vertical zoning. Vertical zoning basically is a principle that, in this case, the applicant is proposing to go to a depth of 1.5 meters above seasonally high groundwater table, so we would limit that extraction and that zoning for extraction to that parameter, so that should they wish to go below the ground water table in the future, they would need to come back and go through the full rezoning process, the full slate of studies and analysis and the public scrutiny of that. The province does not allow that to happen. So the process now is zoning cannot be set to depth, and the process to go below the groundwater on any gravel pit is simply to apply for an amendment to your license through the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forests, I think is the current MR. Anyways, they change it regularly, but NRF. So those limitations are placed on this council that you can't zone to a specific depth, and whether there's 7 pits or 10 pits or 2 pits, that is not to form part of your deliberations. We recognize that creates problems. You've got a report coming up in about 20 minutes where we emphasize that there is an opportunity under the new PPS to comment on those policies, and we encourage that this council should do that. That will be a decision that you get to make in a few minutes as to whether you advise the province of your concerns in that respect.
Councillor Sadhu for follow-up.
Just to clarify, so this is something the region and the township has asked 10 plus years ago under the Wynne government and now with the Ford government?
Through Mayor Sallin, yes. Both the regional plan and the township plan had those policies within, and neither was approved by the province.
Councillor Cressman.
So in terms of reading the fine print on the application, it talks about storage of recycled asphalt or asphalt to be recycled and concrete 1.5 meters above groundwater. How is that impacted by vertical zoning? Is that go out the window too? Or is that, does that regulation or those requirements change with vertical zoning? Now, I realize this might be another one, but I'm interested as it relates to this application.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, that would not be impacted by vertical zoning. It could be, but I can tell you that just this afternoon we received an ERO posting from the province wherein importation of asphalt, broken concrete, they're proposing that under new regulations that would become something that's done only through a site plan amendment with the ministry rather than most likely it would appear that it's something that we will no longer be able to require zoning for. So currently our bylaw and our process, we require site-specific application to bring asphalt and broken concrete to a pit property as part of this proposal. Basically what I read in my quick review, we will have a report later in June to council on that proposal, but is self-regulation by the industry as to the importation of those materials, which quite frankly will be a concern to staff on further self-regulation of the industry.
Councillor Cressman for a follow-up.
Yes, just one other follow-up. The point was made that once a license is received, is there a time frame from which that property can be resold, or is it like any property, if an offer came in the day after a license was received, they could go ahead and resell?
So there isn't any specific timeframes with respect to selling properties. There is a process to transfer a license to another property that they'd have to go through. But some of those earlier comments regarding who's behind the application and setbacks, ultimately, when you have two licensed operations beside one another, the provincial policy specifically says that you can remove the required setback to a property line. So whether this, whoever operates either pit, because two pits are adjoining one another, it doesn't have anything to do with the operator. It has to do with the fact that those two pits abut one another. The setback is to adjacent land uses, but given the gravel pits would abut one another, the setback is no longer required, and it allows them to excavate within that setback.
Councillor Martin.
I guess through you, Mayor Salonen, I have a question that I'm not sure to whom to address it, and so it may be to Director Okrafka or Manager Martin, maybe to my colleagues at this end in terms of councillors, but I'm just, the concerns I've heard tonight really have to do with concerns about existing pits. We don't know what the new pit is going to be. The concern about the truck drivers and how they drive, it's not really fair to say that this new pit is going to have bad truck drivers. They might. I like to cycle to Kitchener, and I cycle along what I call Highland Road, which is actually Snyder's Road, right? Am I getting my geography correct? There is a bike lane. I wish that some of the truck drivers would be nicer to cyclists like myself. But that tonight, that is not the topic of conversation. And so I don't know, how can we encourage people to be better neighbors? Do we have any power or any authority to speak to the existing pits and the way they're operating, the way the truck drivers are driving? I mean, we have citizens in our township concerned about how they're living, concerned about what's happening. And I appreciate your concerns. I'm thinking you're expressing valid concerns. And then we also have our applicant, and you're saying you live here and you don't want to have bad things happening in the pit where you're living. So I'm not sure how to address it in a better way, but I'm just trying to think out loud and wondering what to do to help our citizens.
I will definitely comment part of that, certainly. I would agree. It's really disheartening to hear that these are experiences that our residents are having, but I also agree with you that a lot of it seems to be with the current pits as well, and the current health problems imposed on those current pits. One avenue certainly that I see and have already been pursuing is sure by now, because I feel like I've been shouting it off the rooftops the last week, but I am vice chair on TAPMO, and so we are working with both industry and with the province on doing best practices to make mitigations better and to make the quality of life better for people who happen to live near aggregate extraction. So that's certainly one avenue, and we are working on pushing the province. I will be really honest, there are limitations when you're lobbying to the province, who manages a resource that they also have a very vested personal interest in, considering the province is the largest purchaser of aggregate in Ontario. So I won't try and tell you that advocating is the perfect fix, and that it doesn't come with challenges, but certainly that is one avenue that we can work, and not just a way to address each pit individually in each council chamber across the province where aggregate exists, but instead trying to make systemic change that is positive and benefits not only people who are experiencing new applications as they can continue to come through, but people who live next to existing pits. I know it's not a perfect answer, and I know it's really frustrating being caught in the middle, but that's certainly one avenue that I do see that we have. There are also other avenues of things mentioned, such as the traffic concerns. That is within regional jurisdiction. And since my meeting on Thursday with Julie and Steve, I have been speaking with the region about investigating lowering speed limits there, looking at more traffic calming options, as well as speaking with the regional police on getting more police presence on there and ticketing when there are speeding issues or negligible driving. Again, completely recognizing the limitations of the fact that police cannot be there 24/7. And unfortunately, in every community, whether it be a truck or another motorist, we can't catch every single individual, but trying to impact the issues from multiple avenues is currently the best toolkit upon which we have. And something that this council can also do is you can write into regional council and you can advocate directly to regional council beyond just my voice. That's certainly an avenue that we have for what is in control locally that we can do as we continue to listen, and not only listen and hear what all of you have brought forward tonight, but how we can help the best possible way to mitigate that, and also recognizing, I do think it was a common thread, everybody does realize that aggregate is something that we need. Although I don't disagree with some of the questions on how much do we need, but again, working within the bounds in which we have is certainly the avenues that I'm seeing to answer some of your questions. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. It's frustrating, I have to say. You get plans that check all the boxes, and we're put in a situation where we don't have the proper tools to address any of these concerns. And I will call on the province to do better, and the region to do better, to give us the tools in order to address the needs of our citizens out here in the township that don't get adequate representation at the provincial and regional level, at least in my opinion. And while there's a lot of things that are in the application, ultimately the one thing that is missing more than anything is support of the people. And it's support of the individuals that live there and have to deal with this every single day. And that weighs on me. And I will say that it's very clear the residents do not want this. In my conversations throughout the election campaign, I made promises to absolutely uphold that thought, because these poor folks have to deal with this day in and day out. So I know where I will go on this. And all I can say is that we can hope that the province will give us the tools to one day deal with this and get better. And every day we need to look at options to potentially pursue ways to control the activity and what's happening in this area in general across our township and other townships. So I stand with the people on this one.
Any additional questions, councillors, or comments before we vote?
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Very well. I will then turn it over to the clerk for a recorded vote. Just one moment, please.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. We will start with Councillor Cressman.
In favor.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Nay.
Councillor Sadhu.
In favor.
Councillor Dunstall. Oh, conflict of interest. I'm so sorry, everybody. Councillor Martin.
In favor.
Mayor Salonen.
In favor.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much, councillors. And again, thank you to everyone who did stay. I know it's been a very long meeting, and we will continue to move on to the next item, which is 12.2.
You're all a bunch of cowards.
That is Bamberg Creek, Johanna and Coke Lease Municipal Drains, COR 2023-38. The
Mayor,
recommendation is that
pardon
council...
me, if I may.
Yes.
Prior to moving on to this, I'd actually like to introduce a motion related to the conversation we just had.
Okay.
My apologies. Very quickly, I'd like to motion that we direct staff to prepare an information report to be presented in 2 to 4 weeks that highlights potential uses of an interim control bylaw as well as a site plan control, and how any bylaws that the Township of Wilmot currently has can potentially regulate the establishment of aggregate pit operations.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Any questions or comments before we vote? All right, all those in favor? Councillor Dunstall, you are able to vote on this one. It is separate, but okay. And that carries unanimously.
So we did get an IC, yeah? Oh, you're going to report back?
Yes, report back.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Carrying back on to 12.2, I will start at the recommendation again that council receive report COR-2023-20 as information, and that the engineer's report dated April 28th, 2023 for the Bamberg Creek, Johanna and Coke Lease Municipal Drain for the construction of a new municipal drain from 2 locations on the north part of Lot 10, Concession 3, block band extending downstream to its outlet into the Coke Lease Drain and the Bamberg Creek, and for improvements on the Coke Lease Drain and the Bamberg Creek be accepted, and further, that the clerk be directed to schedule a meeting to consider the report. To get this on the floor, may I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. And I will now call on the Deputy Clerk, Chad Curtis, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. On July 21st, 2021, Council appointed Headway Engineering to prepare an engineer's report under Section 4 of the Drainage Act. On May 5th, 2023, Stephen Brickman of Headway Engineering filed with the Township Clerk the Bamberg Creek, Janana, and Coke Lease Municipal Drain Report dated April 28th, 2023. The engineer's report has been included in this agenda as an attachment. The purpose of this debate, this report is not to debate the findings in the engineer's report. Tonight, staff are looking for direction if Council intends to proceed with the process under the Drainage Act. If Council intends to proceed with the process, a notice of meeting to consider the report will be circulated to all assessed landowners and affected agencies and utilities. This notice will include a copy of the drainage engineer's report. The tentative date for the consideration of report meeting is June 12th, 2023. At this consideration of report meeting, assessed landowners and affected agencies and utilities will have the opportunities to address Council and the drainage engineer on the contents of the engineer's report. Further, at the consideration of report meeting, Council will have the opportunity to direct staff to schedule a court of revision meeting. For the court of revision, a similar notice would be sent to all assessed landowners and affected agencies and utilities, and they will have an opportunity to address Council and the drainage engineer.
Thank you very much. And we have 2 delegates on this item for this evening. I would just like to reiterate to delegates that if you could please recognize that tonight's meeting, as outlined by our Deputy Clerk, is just to reconfirm the intent for Council to proceed with the drainage process as outlined in the Drainage Act. So tonight's delegations, please do not go into the report, as that is not the topic that is on the council floor this evening. That will be for the June meeting. But we will invite our first delegate, Kevin Thomason, up again. Thank you for staying with us, Kevin. And you will have 7 minutes.
You're welcome. Thank you. And hopefully you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Excellent. Good. Honorable Mayor, councillors, and guests, my name is Kevin Thomason, and for decades now, I've helped to steward the environment across our region. Some of our most significant achievements have been the creations of our unique protected countryside designation that overlays the groundwater recharge areas of the Waterloo Moraine and our precedent-setting environmentally sensitive landscapes, recognizing and protecting the most sensitive and important watersheds in Waterloo region as intact, complete ecosystems. It was with great surprise that I started receiving phone calls from concerned citizens back in the winter about disturbing plans to destroy area creeks and streams, along with their associated nature, to turn them into drainage ditches, pipes, tiles, and concrete to expedite agricultural runoff. This was startling, since we presume that the Grand River Conservation Authority has strict protections for our area waterways and wetlands. We expect our local municipality to protect us. And we think the region of Waterloo, even the Ministry of the Environment and the Ministry of Natural Resources, is watching closely over things. We think our protected countryside and the Laurel Creek Headwaters environmentally sensitive landscape designation will protect our essential watersheds. However, even in the case of environmentally sensitive lands, cold water fisheries, and endangered species, the Drainage Act trumps everything. Much like the Aggregates Act overrides pretty much anything and everything that can stand in the pursuit of gravel mining. It was incredibly troubling to hear plans to dig up, excavate, and destroy what is today beautiful streams full of nature, some of it rare or endangered like the eastern meadowlark, and the many other significant species found in this part of Wilmot Township, on these lands that are supposed to be part of our protected countryside, protecting our groundwater aquifers and recharge areas. In fact, it is extremely troubling to see this application moving in the exact polar opposite direction of other area municipalities, such as the City of Kitchener, which for several years now has been undertaking an extensive rehabilitation of channelized ditches, concrete drainage canals, and former creeks that had been destroyed and turned into wastelands of concrete pipes, contaminated runoff, and refuse. Instead, the City of Kitchener has been tearing out the concrete, bringing in old logs and boulders, and extensive vegetation planting, along with making the watercourses bend and turn and meander like a wild stream. In fact, according to the professors studying these Kitchener rehabilitations, nature is returning to these areas faster and in greater abundance than ever imagined. The City of Kitchener has now won several prestigious awards for this incredible creek and stream rehabilitation work that they have been doing. So once again, it confounds and pains me to see this application to do the opposite here in Wilmot, to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars digging out, excavating, bulldozing, channelizing, and destroying these area streams and all the creatures they currently contain while forcing area landowners to fund it. It doesn't have to be this way. I understand that this really isn't a township decision, that the Drainage Act trumps everything, and unfamiliar commissioners and others relatively unaccountable in our community oversee everything. I realize there is little that we can do. The public is pretty much powerless to watch these natural areas, including what the consultant's own report describes as portions of the drainage system passing through components of the provincially significant Sunfish Lake Laurel Creek wetland complex, significantly impact these important waterways. However, there are alternatives. The Drainage Act is ancient, and as the City of Kitchener is demonstrating firsthand, there is no need to do things this way anymore. Times have changed. Practices are changing. Instead of destroying ecological areas, we can instead turn the tables and find creative ways to enhance them and even create more habitat. The alternative land use system, ALICE, was started very close to here in Norfolk County just over 10 years ago by the agricultural community. They actually pay farmers to provide ecological services by doing innovative things with their lands, like creating natural buffers, enhancing wetlands, and better managing runoff. It is a fantastic program that their lead farmer, the amazing Brian Gilvasey, has now taken nationally with impressive accomplishments in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, PEI, and elsewhere. While tiling fields and improving crop drainage is increasingly common, the need to dump all nutrient and fertilizer-laden water into area creeks, flooding things out during significant rainfall events, is becoming less common due to the severe ecological damage. We are seeing Lake Erie and Lake Simcoe being destroyed by algae blooms, mainly from agricultural runoff. We should be part of the solution, not adding to the problem, as there are now ambitious plans and programs to reduce phosphorus and nitrogen runoff and improve water quality across the province. Instead, progressive farmers are using the GRCA Rural Water Quality Program, ALICE, and other innovative programs to create ponds on their own properties, creating new natural habitat, while also holding back these rainwaters and runoff. Then, later in the summer, when conditions are dry, which we could be seeing far more of under global climate change, these waters in the ponds are then pumped back into the fields, irrigating crops, drawing down local groundwater aquifers by not having to pump well water to irrigate, and best of all, recycling the nutrients and fertilizers that would have been so detrimental to area creeks and streams with algae blooms, and allowing that investment in fertilizers, originally made by the farmer, to be partially returned to the fields through the use of this recycled water. It is a win-win-win, and I wonder if alternatives like this have been seriously considered for this situation. There must be better solutions than spending hundreds of thousands of dollars destroying our area creeks and streams while creating generations of future issues and liabilities. In conclusion, we may think that we're powerless in this situation. However, there are alternatives, new, creative, progressive alternatives that could be superior for everyone involved, including the greater public good. I urge you to speak up and seek better than what this report is proposing for our community. We can be more supportive of our farmers. We can find better uses for $500,000 than destroying our natural heritage and water sources. We can come up with better long-term solutions that will have far less environmental costs and impact. We could be winning awards like Kitchener. Please be bold, be creative, tap into the Waterloo Region barn-raising spirit to find better solutions than this, and do us proud. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Councillors, any questions? All right, we will see you again in hopefully just a few moments on our next item. Thank you. Now we will move on to our next delegate for this matter, and that is Corey Kittle. Corey, you have 7 minutes for your delegation, and thank you for sticking through this meeting with us today.
Anyway, thank you for the time. Staff, Mayor, Council. Yeah, like I don't really have a scripted presentation. I just have more a set of requests. And I just want to set some context as we sort of get into the report, because I know it's fresh. I've only had a few days with it. It came to my attention just literally a few days ago. You know, the debate, the discussion, that's yet to come. So I get that. But as we get into it, you know, I just kind of want to highlight a few things. And so my first request is, you're going to be hearing from people. You'll probably be hearing from me, my neighbors, you know, everyone that's been kind of pulled into this. And my request is just to listen to them. You know, please take the time. And I know your plates are full. You're dealing with a ton of stuff, like sitting here listening to all this tonight. You know, you have a tough job. But, you know, this one I ask because, you know, we haven't been given the opportunity. You know, the report, and I'm not going to talk about what's in the report, I'm going to talk about what's not in the report. Because, you know, there is a section in the report that talks about public engagement, and yes, there were meetings, the check boxes were checked, but I can honestly say that this thing is completely void of public engagement. My own personal experience, I found out about the required on-site meeting. It's kind of the first meeting setting out this process. I found out about it after the meeting happened. So I later found out that only one of my neighbors, and I'm going to say the non-petitioners, these are the landowners who have unwillingly been pulled into this, one person attended that meeting. You know, as soon as I found out about that, I followed up. I reached out to the engineer and I asked if, hey, you know, I didn't know about the meeting, even though I'm an unwilling financer of this project. And I was given reassurances that, yeah, for sure, you'll have the opportunity, you'll get your feedback. Months went by, I can share the email logs, the call logs, not a word. You know, until the first, now public meeting it's called, and I received 5 days notice of a public meeting that is going to be taking place on a Thursday at 2 o'clock, the obviously most convenient time to attend a very important meeting. And, you know, 4 of my neighbors this time showed up, but where the heck is everybody? You know, because we missed that first on-site meeting, the train had already left the station. You know, the next meeting, the plan was prepared, the numbers were set, all the details were there, and nobody had any input. No say, no input whatsoever. So how do you, now it's an uphill battle. Now, you know, there's a report already created that you gotta, you know, try to convince differently. So, you know, it says public engagement in the report. I would disagree. So when you are getting the inquiries, when people are reaching out, just take a moment and listen. You know, this is pretty heavy. There's a lot of detail. The Drainage Act, you know, there's a lot to absorb. So, you know, and my other request is to, you know, seek information from multiple sources. Like I've already seen a number of inconsistencies, lots of contradictory pieces of information. Yes, the Drainage Act is kind of a process that's set, but there's a lot of areas of interpretation. So, you know, talk to people, seek other sources is my request. You know, and then my one point here, just back to the public engagement piece, and I'm going to pull this. This is from a guideline. This is a guidebook for the services of the engineer acting under the Drainage Act, and this is created by the Professional Engineers of Ontario. It says, each owner or authority should be interviewed, and if any are not present but are deemed to be affected because of work being done on their land or because of other anticipated concerns, the engineer should attempt to contact them, okay? That didn't happen. So that's my one request. The other context I want to provide is, when you're looking through this report, and, it's a fine report, it's got a cover page, it's thick, actually this is double-sided, so it would be thicker than this. There's lots of numbers, there's tables, there's lots of information I don't understand. So, on a quick glance, yeah, it looks like, an engineer report. The one problem is it's missing a huge section. And really that's sort of the justification of why we're here. What are we doing? What's the problem? I was looking for that in this report. Where's the business case? Where's the return on investment? What's the payback period? What is the problem we're trying to solve? And, talking with my neighbors, and that's what I've done because no one else did. Everyone's having a really hard time answering that question. We really don't know the severity, if there is a problem, and the justification for spending almost $500,000 on this. There's a couple of things I just want to pass around if I can real quick here. This here is really the parcel of land that brought all this on. Could I pass this around? And so, stuff like this isn't in the report, right? It's the, critical information about why we're here, why we're doing this. So, if I handed in a report like this, under any circumstance, I would be fired, okay? It'd be sent back to me to update and put in what's important, or it would end up in the shredder.
Corey, I just want to note your time there.
Yeah, no, I see that.
Just make a concluding point, thank you.
So those are my asks. I just wanted to set that context as we're going to proceed to really get into this. The debate is going to happen at a later date. My last point is, I get drainage. I get the importance of it. My family's been farming on a Wilmot parcel for the last 150 years. I recently moved back to that farm to get back into farming, rejuvenate the farm, since my father passed away a number of years ago. So I get it. I'm not against it. I understand farming needs drainage, okay? This one I don't get. Farming is still a business, right? We want to make investments. We want a return on those investments. Hopefully you get that return quickly. Sometimes you don't. My calculated return on investment of this, at a minimum, probably 100 years, I would see any type of investment. That's not good business, okay? Farming is still a business. So we can't, we can't be missing those critical pieces.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Corey. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I was wondering about the process. I had heard from Corey before that the landowners that are being affected by this believe they were not contacted, or certainly they were not made aware that this was going to happen, and I'm not familiar with the process for this. If the township is involved in that, or once it's handed over to the engineer, if it's just their process, I'm not sure who to ask.
Through you, Mayor Salonen. Questions like this would best be served at the next council meeting? Yeah, at the notice of consideration.
Okay, then
report.
one more question, which probably for the next meeting. It says here for the next meeting, you can refer the report back to the engineer if it appears to be errors in the report or council believes the report should be reconsidered for any other reason. That's at the next meeting, correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that would be at the next
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through you, Mayor. So in terms of the point we're at, we understand that there will be another meeting to have further discussions surrounding technical design, costs and everything like that. I know that will be handled definitely in a court of revision, but the next meeting versus this meeting, in terms of the recommendation we're voting on, says we're accepting the drain or the drainage report. So can you just explain exactly where we're at and kind of clarify that? Because we're accepting it today, but then also having a meeting 3-4 weeks from now?
Yes, so through the mayor to Councillor Wilkinson. So this meeting is just the intent to proceed with the drainage, the report that we received. So at the next meeting, council would have the opportunity to speak to the drainage engineers about process, the technical components, all these types of things. And at the next meeting, if council so chooses, we would set up a quarter revision. And we would require 2 members of Wilmot Council to be part of this, and then we'd have to send a letter out to Wellesley as well, because they are effective landowners as well, so they would have to send 1 member for that. So that's what that meeting would be for. This meeting right here is just to get council to direct staff if they intend to proceed with this report.
Councillor Wilkinson.
I'd like to introduce an amendment, but I want to make it clear. Well, no, I think it'd be fine. So I'd like to introduce an amendment to have that meeting scheduled 4 weeks from now, so 2 council meetings from now.
For June 26th?
Yes.
I don't think we need an amending motion for that. Okay. We can take that direction.
Thank you.
I will just make a logistical note. I personally will not be present at that meeting, but that discussion can still happen without myself, just so that everyone's aware of that in advance.
Could I ask a question about that? If we're changing the date, my question through you, Mayor Salonen, is to you, Councillor Wilkinson. What is behind changing the date from the one date to the other?
Through you, Mayor, not that there was a date effectively, but given that this drain falls in the area of Ward 2, I've had multiple conversations with Corey as well as some of the other constituents that are directly affected by this. They do feel that they would like some time, and there was potential thought in my head to defer this decision by 4 weeks, but knowing that that would in essence result in potentially an appeal through this drain process, I want to make sure that the 4 weeks that were somewhat being considered are there and available to them. So I think pushing to have that meeting scheduled 4 weeks from now would be effective and will still accomplish the same task.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you through you, Mayor Salonen. Thank you to you, Councillor Wilkinson. Maybe the question has already been answered, and I'm sorry if it's been obvious. So there's our decision in the future would be whether to go ahead with this drain or not. No work has been done at present time. All that we have is the engineer's report.
That is correct.
Because it seems to me that Mr. Thomason has brought up some alternatives. Is anybody going to give us information about whether these alternatives are reasonable? I mean, I'm sure Mr. Thomason would say they're very reasonable. Do we have some other experts who might give us some information about these?
Yes, so I will just turn it over to the Deputy Clerk.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Martin, I think those questions could be answered at the notice to the meeting to consider the report, where the drainage engineer will be there.
Is it
meeting in 4 weeks?
To go in essence with where I think Councillor Martin was going and what I was also wondering, just one quick question. Is it possible to give notice to the engineer that this is something council is interested in, so that they have stuff opposed to we can bring that back at a later date? I don't want to keep pushing a decision off.
I can have a conversation with the drainage engineer.
Thank you. Yes, Director Kelly.
So through you, Mayor Salonen, 2 points. I'm quite confident the drainage engineer has probably been watching the proceedings of this meeting, so he will be aware, but Chad can follow up. And to your comment through you, Mayor Salonen, to Councillor Martin, we do have a drainage superintendent that acts on behalf of the township's interests that would probably, you used the term expert earlier, that I would refer to as our resident expert, who's also here this evening and paying attention to the proceedings. So we'll definitely be able to follow up.
Thank you, and I'm not in any way, through you, Mayor Salonen, negating his expertise. I appreciate your expertise and the things that you've told us in the past, and yeah, absolutely, thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments, councillors, before we vote on this? All right. In that case, actually, one question of clarification. Mr. Kittle, did you want your photos back? Because I know you just have
Yeah, no,
two.
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing them.
What is in place today? That's basically what that farm looks like today.
Yep.
A systematically tiled farm.
Thank you. Okay, we will now call the vote again, just for everyone watching in case you dozed off a little bit. This is to accept the report for information, including accepting the engineer's report for information, and that we are now changing the date to the June 26th meeting that we will then reconvene to actually consider said report. So all those in favor with that in mind, and that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We will now be moving, oh yes, before we continue moving along, we have passed 11 o'clock, and so I would need council to suspend section 7.15.5 of the procedural bylaw to permit the meeting to continue to proceed. If we choose not to suspend this, we're all coming back tomorrow. So just keeping that in mind, we do need 2/3 vote, and I would need a mover and a seconder. So moved by Councillor Sadhu, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor?
Are staff willing to stay? I don't want to be disrespectful to staff.
I appreciate that you're considering our staff as I'm just looking at this side of the horseshoe. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Oh, yes, Director Mullenhughes.
Sorry, I was just turning on my camera here for the next report. Maybe that's showing you I'm going to certainly stay.
An indicator that you're good. All right. Any staff have severe objections? Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so all those in favor then. And that carries unanimously, so we get to continue on our agenda here. We are now moving along to report 12.3. And the recommendation is that the Mayor and Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to execute all necessary agreements and documents required to complete the transaction for the purchase of 1065 Gingrich Road in Baden. To get this on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall, and I will now pass it over to Director of Infrastructure Services, Jeff Mollenhouse, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. This report seeks approval to execute purchase documents for lands immediately adjacent to the Public Works Operations Center on Sandhills Road. The lands are located in the vicinity of 1065 Gingrich Road, and as you can see from the map, it is immediately adjacent to the property, the current Public Works Operations Center. Earlier in 2023, a space needs study was presented to Council outlining additional land needs to accommodate existing operations and future growth, with a recommendation to pursue these land opportunities. The lands recommended for purchase in this report exceed the land bank needed for planned growth and will accommodate additional space needs resulting from new growth projections. The location of the purchase also allows for development and implementation of growth needs over time, as construction needs can be staged over a longer period of time. The property allows for Public Works operations also to remain in a centralized location close to urban areas, and continue efficient operational movements from that location. The negotiated value is within the 2023 budget allocation for this project, and I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Thank you very much, Director Mollenhouse. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor. Just curious, prior to closing, looking at the property in question, I'm curious, I've sort of understood and through some research understood that this land was essentially fill when the construction of Highway 78 was completed some time ago. I'm curious, will we have any sort of reporting on what shape the land is in? Is there any potential issues or remediation required like that?
Through you, Mayor, our understanding is actually this piece of land was a piece of cut property from previous construction activities with the highway. So cut meaning that they would have taken material away from the site to use it for the construction process. I believe that there's a few other properties along, we'll say the highway corridor that were in a cut or a fill scenario, but this particular property was in a cut scenario from our understanding. Further to your question, we do have some additional preliminary background studies to undertake, and those are certainly within part of the closing period where we will look to undertake some of those studies and perform due diligence in that respect.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, through you, Mayor. With the GRCA wetland identification area, is that going to potentially provide difficulty with salt storage or runoff? Because everything, I think, hangs that way in that property.
Through you, Mayor, there are some impacts from that wetland area, and certainly with with respect to the Safe Drinking Water Act and how that can be impacted considering the groundwater recharge area. It is not one that will say restrict our use of the site, and certainly not with salt activity. We do have a couple plans, looking at our existing property and trying to lay out where the existing and the new property come together. There are certainly portions of the land that are usable, and certainly with the materials and the equipment and the stuff that we normally do at a public works operation yard that are feasible to undertake on the property. But there are small portions of that corner by the wetland that certainly would need extra consideration, but we could also stay out of that through the development process as well.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions or follow-up, councillors? All right, seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. On to report 12.4, and the recommendation is that report DS-2023-09 be forwarded to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and posted to the Environmental Registry of Ontario, ERO posting 019-6813 as the Township of Wilmot's response to the province's proposed new provincial planning statement, PPS 2023. To get this on the floor, may I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Sadhu. And I will now call on Director of Development Services, Harold Okrafka, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. PPS 2023, the new proposed provincial planning statement to replace the former provincial policy statement, is really a merger of the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe 2019 and again PPS 2020. It's posted to the ERO. The deadline for comments is June 6th, so it's important that if council wishes to make comments on this, that we do that tonight. There's a number of changes within the proposed planning statement, but staff have really focused on two components, and one very specific concern being the introduction of policies to essentially allow every agriculturally used parcel in the Township of Wilmot, subject to compliance with MDS, to sever 3 lots. While it's difficult to calculate the MDS from each agricultural operation and determine exactly how many of our properties would be able to create the 3, it's reasonably, we took the approach of looking at the number of lots in the township greater than 10 acres, which arguably would be used for agricultural purposes. There's approximately 796 lots, which would translate to about 2,388 potential new residential lots across the Township of Wilmot. To give you a visual of what that compares to, the settlement area of Baden, Greater Baden, Ontario, has approximately 1,600 lots. So you're looking at potentially generating a population greater than Baden, almost 1.5 times the size of Baden, spread out through the agricultural area. It would really undermine everything we've done for the last 30 years to try to maximize the value of our agricultural lands for agricultural value. Certainly, to a certain extent, I would say the province is somewhat calling the bluff of certain groups in terms of the value that is generated and that temptation, obviously, to say, you know what, I could use the money from selling 3 lots. And I don't think that would reflect negatively on anyone, but it certainly is a difficult decision to put in front of people. And from the township's perspective, we have a lot of concerns. MDS is only one. Introducing those lots would pretty much freeze out any future livestock operations. Areas where currently no MDS impact, somebody could buy a farm, start a livestock operation. If there's 3 lots at the end of the lane, it's conceivable that we would pretty much freeze everything in the township and wipe out future expansions, things like that, which is a concern. But also a concern is the introduction of, again, almost 2,500 new septic systems and new wells. The wells creating new pathways to the groundwater aquifers, and the septic systems, obviously. Wilmot has 400 and some odd systems now that are deemed threats to groundwater that require mandatory maintenance. So conceivably, the question that we would ask the province is, should we not be looking at limiting the severancing within at least the source protection areas so that we're not creating new threats to our groundwater supplies in Waterloo region? So we feel that's important. We recognize the province is trying to create lots, trying to create buildings. This will certainly do it, without a doubt. We would question, though, whether it's worth it, and perhaps consideration should be given, rather than looking at new lots from farms, if the province is determined to create new lots in rural areas, perhaps considering allow the severancing of the existing non-farm lots. So where you have a 3-acre lot that already creates an MDS arc and an MDS impact, perhaps consider that maybe that would be a more appropriate place to have fewer impacts on agriculture, again, with the same caveats that would have to comply to MDS, and we would want to see that it's also limited in source protection areas. But as the table within the report shows, it's significantly fewer lots. It's still a lot of lots. It's still a lot of people. Those people will demand services. Those people will demand gravel roads to become paved. They will demand school services, school bus services. You know, the school boards have spent pretty much the last 30 years closing rural schools, and now we're going to reintroduce population to the rural areas, which will drive that demand for service. So we have some significant concerns. I think planners across Ontario have some significant concerns. Out of the blue, this policy, either pause it, give it more consideration, think about all the implications. We recognize the goals of the province to create housing. This will do it, but it's just not the appropriate way to do it, in the opinion of staff. The other area which we touched on earlier tonight is the PPS gives you an opportunity to comment on the entire document, including the aggregate policies, which regurgitate the long-standing policies prohibiting councils from talking about supply and demand in aggregate operations. We feel that we should comment that we want that opened up. There needs to be a rebalance between the municipalities that are supplying the gravel and the municipalities receiving it, because right now it seems like the benefits are really to those municipalities receiving the gravel, the urban areas that are rapidly expanding their assessment, and really the people paying the price are the rural communities that are the host to the gravel industry. There needs to be some sort of rebalancing, and there needs to be the opportunity for councils to make real decisions on aggregate pits if that is the process, and that goes to the vertical zoning piece. Council, if you're entrusted by the province to make zoning decisions, you should have the power to decide how deep that zoning goes. They shouldn't put caveats on, we're going to make you approve the bylaw, but you can't do the bylaw beyond a certain depth. That would seem like the process is considerably flawed and really creating a false expectation, certainly amongst the public, who feel like they're going to be heard and then realize that there's really not a lot of local standards that council can act on. And this is your opportunity in appropriate forum to tell the province what you think about the policies. Will it change things? Probably not, but certainly it's the proper opportunity to make a comment to the province that we're not happy, and I think a lot of municipalities in the province that are host to gravel industry are not happy with the equation and the way it's balanced, because certainly, in my opinion, it's balanced heavily towards the people receiving the gravel and not the people producing the gravel.
Thank you very much, Director Okrafka. We do have one delegate for this topic, and that is going to be Kevin Thomason again. And Kevin, I do thank you for staying with us. I know it happened to be one meeting that had a lot of interesting topics come up. So you know the drill. You have 7 minutes.
Yes. Well, sorry you have to put up with me or hear from me again tonight, but I've still got one eye, and this is a really, really, really important topic. I don't think we can overestimate the importance of this to the future of our township. So my name is Kevin Thomason, and for the past several years, I've been working with the community, environmental and agricultural groups across Waterloo Region on our official plan update. It has been fantastic to see the strong support of Wilmot staff and council for this visionary, sustainable 30-year plan with complete walkable communities, improved transit, housing choice, housing affordability, and farmland as well as environmental protection. However, it is all threatened by these proposed Bill 97 and PPS changes. In fact, almost every part of Wilmot Township could be threatened in ways that are almost currently unfathomable. It is such a dramatic shift in direction from our current successful progressive plans. Since 1973, for more than 50 years now, the Region of Waterloo has prohibited almost all rural severances of less than 80 acres because 80 acres was deemed to be the minimum size of a viable farm. This unique policy, I believe, is one of the most important decisions for the success of Waterloo Region that we all enjoy today. Our countryside is countryside, without the estate subdivisions, plazas, junkyards, and things so often found lining rural roads elsewhere in Ontario. Our region actually looks different. You can tell as soon as you cross the regional boundary into Waterloo Region, with its unbroken farmland and thriving farm gate sales. Our farms are amongst the most profitable in all of Canada because we've ensured the integrity of complete agricultural communities. Having the province force Wilmot to accept dozens, perhaps hundreds, or even more rural severances, and the destruction of our long-standing regional no rural severances policy could have devastating consequences, particularly if our countryside becomes overwhelmed by unplanned, unanticipated homes, potentially as many as an astounding 12 new houses permitted on each farm and rural property. It could be over 6,000 homes in Wilmot alone. Professor Wayne Caldwell and Middlesex County have released horrifying maps showing visually the impact of potentially 24,000 severances in Middlesex County alone. The repercussions are staggering. We're already losing an unsustainable 319 acres of farmland each and every day to development, up from 179 acres a day just a few years ago. And this isn't just the farmland loss. Many of these new homes could actually be located in woodlots, wetlands, and other parts of the farm or rural property, perhaps not ideal for farming, but still serving important ecological functions. And it is actually our environmentally sensitive landscapes, like the Laurel Creek Headwaters ESL here in Wilmot, that could be most negatively impacted. The places that we need to protect the most from development could actually instead become the target for development and even entire unserviced subdivisions under this confounding provincial proposal. And it isn't just about the land or even the groundwater underneath. No one has ever contemplated hundreds of thousands of additional new homes scattered randomly across the countryside because it was so unimaginable that we would destroy our best farmland in such a way. There are huge implications and potential costs to our rural electrical grid. Ease or safety of travel on rural roads or highways if there are soon thousands of new driveways to connect across the province. There are implications for rural schools, busing, local hospitals, and all sorts of services that never anticipated an influx of hundreds of thousands of people in what could be a very short span of time. This also won't impact municipalities across Ontario equally. It'll impact places like Wilmot that is in such close proximity to major centers where the demands and pressures as well as the unintended consequences will be the greatest and the most impact. In a highly unusual and unprecedented situation, almost every farm organization in Ontario has united to strongly oppose this absurd severance plan to chop up our countryside like Swiss cheese. Some have labeled it the death knell for farming in Ontario, and are very clear it could severely impair our ability to produce enough food in the years ahead, particularly in an unpredictable time of global pandemics and climate change. Wilmot staff have written an excellent staff report outlining numerous impacts and potential consequences of these proposed PPS policies, stating it will dramatically change the rural landscape as we know it. There are far better ways to solve our housing crisis and build more efficient, sustainable, and affordable homes than by destroying our countryside and compromising our future. We already have the visionary, sustainable regional official plan that we need for the future that will actually deliver more homes, more affordably than what the province is seeking. Mark Reeser from the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and Kevin Eby, an expert planner, gave delegations at Regional Council last week where Wilmot Mayor Natasha Salonen asked great questions and brought up some fantastic points. Regional Council decided to word their staff report and opposition to this troubling proposal even more strongly. In addition to approving this excellent staff report, there is an opportunity for Wilmot Council to strengthen the wording even more, particularly given the considerable negative impacts citizens and farmers across Wilmot could face in the years ahead if this poorly considered and thought-out development scheme is implemented. The province never even undertook any public meetings or consultation on this surprise proposal that could so forever change our province. The Township of Wilmot has also issued an excellent staff report that contains a motion that they have forwarded to all area councils, including yours, hoping that you too will support it. I urge Wilmot Council to join with Woolwich and the City of Waterloo and other municipalities in Waterloo Region to endorse their motions and send a strong message on these troubling PPS proposals and the importance of our countryside and agriculture to Queen's Park. In conclusion, we are lucky to live in one of the most desirable places in the world with one of the highest possible qualities of life. This isn't an accident. It is a result of good planning, done better than most other places. Our no rural severance policy has been one of the key factors in our success and differentiating our region from others with very different landscapes. We already have the visionary plan we need for the future that surpasses our housing needs without compromising our countryside and destroying irreplaceable farmland. Please support this excellent Wilmot staff report. Please adopt the Woolwich motion as well. And please send a strong message to the province about the sustainable future we want to see here in Wilmot Township. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salmon, I'm just curious if we have a copy of the Woolwich statement. I don't think I've seen that.
Director.
Through you, Mayor Salmon, we did receive it just, I believe, tonight during this meeting from Woolwich staff, so we could put that on the next council agenda for you to see it, without a doubt.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Dunstall?
Will the next, sorry, through you, Mayor, will the next meeting take place before the deadline?
Yeah, good question.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, we've also just received information that that deadline may be being extended, but certainly our comments would go in, and the endorsement then of the Woolwich comment probably would be able to still submit. You could still submit it anyways, even if the extension is not given to the PPS. That literally we found out about 2 minutes ago. Sorry. So apparently it's being announced tomorrow. You heard it here first.
Thank you. Councillor Crescent.
Yes, I guess this is more for Harold. So the MDS, and I see that as a critical piece of legislation. I know I was around Ontario Pork long enough to know that there was a real mixed set of bylaws across this province on siting of pig barns, and one thing about pig barns is that they smell, plus the manure that they produce smells, and every municipality had different abilities to handle it, and MDS had a uniform approach across the province, and that was a great advance for this province in siting livestock barns. And certainly I see this as using MDS kind of in the back door to identify locations of homes and where severances would occur without any consideration about the fact that you would be sterilizing land where you couldn't put a livestock operation into the future. And that appalls me. And I think you can see why all the livestock commodities lined up and were in strong opposition to this. And I would congratulate you on the way you summarized this and some of Kevin's comments, but I think we have to move forward on this and send a strong message.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through you, Mayor, Harold, thank you for the great report. I mean, and I have to echo the comments that my colleagues and Kevin have brought to the conversation here. I still feel that our building should be slowed and controlled, and that this type of growth is just not desirable, and we can clearly see, just thinking it through logically, what the potential consequences are. So it'd be good to see this go forward.
Any other questions, councillors? Thank you very much, Kevin, for joining us for 3 very important topics. And
Well, you're welcome. Thank you for hearing me out. These are really important things that our community needs to get right. So thank you.
thank you. Have a great night, and I hope that your eye recovers soon.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Take care.
Keep up the great work.
So council, also just a general update for you on this. Kevin did allude to it a little bit, but this has already been to regional council in terms of regional council provided comment to the EOR. And out of that, I did request that they had more strong wording regarding the severances, but also that myself, fellow rural mayors, and the regional chair also write more so political letters to the politicians in power and to Minister Clark regarding why this wouldn't be a good decision to just further support staff's recommendations. But yes, again, staff, I know I've already told you, but I do want to echo what my colleagues have said, and thank you very much for your hard work on this. And I really appreciate the points that you've brought up, and I think it's really important that we comment on this. Councillor Cressman.
Yeah, I believe, I'm not quite sure whether you said it or somebody else, whether my brother-in-law, who's chair of DFO, indicated, Dairy Farmers of Ontario, indicated that the livestock chairs were meeting with the minister a week ago, Tuesday. I don't know where I got that piece of information, so
I am no longer privy to the information of what happens at OMAFR, so I'm going to guess that came from DFO.
Okay.
Yes? No? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Very good. Any other questions, councillors, before we vote on this? Okay. Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
with as strong a language as possible.
All right, now on to item 12.5. The recommendation is that council award RFT 2023-03 to Ron Van Manen Trucking Inc. of Norwich, Ontario, that as per their tendered submitted Thursday, April 27th, 2023, in the amount of $181,736.64, and further, that on the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, OCIF funding in the amount of $185,000 be reallocated from the Castleholme Crescent reconstruction project, saving towards the replacement of a 900mm culvert on Lisbon Road. To get this on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson, and I will now call on Director of Infrastructure Services, Jeff Mollenhouse, to introduce your report.
Thank you, Mayor. This report seeks approval to award the contract for emergency replacement of a significant road crossing culvert in Lisbon. The culvert was recently identified in an advanced state of deterioration and need of replacement. The culvert is considerable size and depth, which is the driver of the costs to replace. This is we'll call it an under-regulated inspection size. So it's not a culvert size that would typically be required to be inspected every other year. So these types of culverts in more recent years, we've been trying to get them into our asset registry. So identifying them first, and then more recently have been going around trying to identify the condition of these culverts. This is where this particular structure was identified for an advanced state of deterioration and need for replacement. So based on the condition, obviously this culvert needs the emergency replacement, so it was advanced quickly through our own staff resources to complete in-house design, and so that we would avoid a similar situation like we experienced on Christner Road in the last couple of years with a culvert collapse. Considering the expediting of this project is unplanned, the savings that we had previously realized on the Castle Home project, we are recommending that also be reallocated to this project so that it is not something that impacts the tax base, but falls under the OSIF funding component. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Mollenhurst. Councillors, any questions? Seeing none, I will now call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Correspondence, we have the one item that was circulated to everyone. Does anybody have any questions on that? Okay, seeing none. Bylaws, the recommendation is that bylaws as attached to this agenda be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed in open council. You can read bylaws 14.1, 14.2, and 14.3 in the recommendation. To get this on the floor, may I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. We have no notice of motions. We already dispensed with announcements earlier in this meeting. We did not have a closed meeting, so now the confirmatory bylaw, and the recommendation is that the confirmatory bylaw as attached. Oh, sorry, Councillor Martin.
Could I ask a question before we close? I noticed in tonight's agenda there were quite a few items that weren't listed in terms of the delegations and what all was going to happen. I'm wondering for future agendas, could we have that on the agenda, even if it's a last-minute addition, that we would find out who the delegations are ahead of time? Because it just wasn't clear to me, what all was going to happen.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor, currently in our current procedural bylaw, we do not have a provision that allows for delegations to be listed. We are currently revising our procedural bylaw and going through that process, so council can expect to see it in an upcoming council meeting. But what we can do for council moving forward, just in the interim, is send council an email with that full list.
Thank you, I would appreciate that.
Great. Any other questions or other business that people want to mention? Okay, perfect. No. All right, so the recommendation is that the confirmatory bylaw as attached to this agenda be read a first, second, and third time and finally passing in open council. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Lastly, adjournment. May I please have a moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? Thank you very much, and we're adjourned.